stepping in, but we thought we'd start nonetheless, because it's going to be important to also get through the rest of today's program. Again, just a reminder, if you don't know who I am, my name's Arabile Kumete, but to let you know, before my recap, to let you know how things fared yesterday, please watch this. Give yourselves a round of applause. Well done. A very successful day one. Well done, guys. Thank you so much for being a really great part of it. It really is appreciated, and I think it was the conversations we had yesterday that really made it so much more worthwhile. Just to give you a quick roundup, perhaps from my perspective, when it comes to how yesterday fared. Maybe this might help a little bit. I'm going to be reading it off because I just wrote down a few things and I thought this might be helpful. So yesterday definitely kicked off with a bang, right? And not just from the coffee machine that was rolling consistently yesterday morning. Everybody struggling perhaps to come in. But I managed to welcome us with, let's just say, a little bit of charm, gravitas, and all of that. And I thought I'd put my best foot forward. We'll see how that fares and your thinking on that one. Then, of course, we had Minister Thembi Simelane set the tone with a keynote that reminded everyone that governance isn't just paperwork, it's actually people work. And that's why it matters so much to all of us. And if trustees are going to handle our accounts, they better come with integrity, transparency, as well as the ability to resist the temptation to even buying a new bakkie with our levy fees. Now, we also spoke about policy directives. And let's just say, if directives were dance moves, then the panel nailed the choreography. It was absolutely brilliant. From urgent applications to condemnations, the dispute resolution hall was absolutely heated in yesterday's conversations, to say the least. And I promise you, I asked for the aircon to be switched on because it felt like we needed a fire extinguisher at some stage. Meanwhile, in the financial sustainability session, someone said audit trail, and then half the room managed to reach what looked like their calculators on their phone, like it was the wild, wild west yesterday. So in the dispute hall, it looked like a courtroom because it sounded like a family WhatsApp group. You had the financial hall where there were more spreadsheets being spoken about than the tax office in April. You had the governance hall where transparency met accountability and had quite a few awkward conversations had there. Then we later on had our entertainment. And that is where we closed the day with the vocals so smooth of Brenda Mtambo that even the auditors stopped reconciling things yesterday. They managed to grab a drink or two, and her performance was, of course, followed by that cocktail reception where networking flowed like the Sauvignon Blanc that people shared across the evening. Even the tequila that was screamed for consistently. And yes, the prize giving was yesterday, but it continues into today. So all of you that are here still get to be a part of that prize giving. So if you don't bribe the adjudicator with a muffin, now might be your chance. Just saying. So coming up today, we're going to have more conversations, more ways to unpack exactly what it is that we're trying to give to you with the third annual Csos Indaba. And hopefully fewer people saying, let's circle back to that one, and more solutions perhaps, more conversations, and more finality, shall we say. Please do stay tuned to everything. Stay caffeinated if you have to as well. And remember that in community schemes especially, the only thing more powerful than a trustee is a well-organized WhatsApp group. Just saying, I've seen these WhatsApp groups and wow, the things that get said from time to time. So again, thank you to every single last one of you, and I appreciate your time. So we'll be with you again for today's proceedings. And to kick us off then this morning is the Csos Acting Chief Ombud, Mr. Lisiba Shishoka, to talk about the appeal and review of adjudication orders. Ladies and gentlemen, the Acting Chief Ombud of Csos.
I don't see the. Oh, I think I. Yeah, thank you so much. Can you go to the first slide? I don't know because when I'm not in control, it's a little bit difficult. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I want to talk about a few issues that are a little bit controversial, especially for us internally. I think we have had a few fights about whether or not we can talk about an appeal process or a review process. And the reason is that we don't want to project ourselves as the final arbiter in issues of dispute resolution when it regards to disputes in community schemes. And therefore, people must, in one way or the other, have a way of where they can either appeal or review. It's a very expensive process, I must say, but I think, let me just go through the presentation. There's a few things that I want to talk about. The first is that we all know that several court decisions that were made in the past have reaffirmed that the Csos is the first forum or of instance when it comes to issues of dispute resolution in community schemes. So the courts are agreeing with us. Remember that in the past, what used to happen is that you'll have a situation in which someone goes to court, depending on whether the people are moneyed. So in the community schemes, you are going to find that the leadership and management of community schemes have got the money, but the person who lives there do not necessarily have got the money if they were to immediately go to court. But in the past couple of years, we have seen a situation in which the courts are saying, no, don't come to us. Go first to the Csos and resolve the matter there. And we think that this has assisted us a great deal to avoid a David and Goliath fight in the courts, because then it depends on whether you really have got the money to litigate and to win. So then most of the time the winner will be the person with the money, because you have got access to big lawyers. Now, we have been given that power to say we must adjudicate. Even if you don't want to come to us, the court says come to us. So there's no need for you to still go to court, because it will be a waste of time. And we are very happy about that. Now, obviously, we accept the disputes that are within our jurisdiction. And when we talk about the notion of jurisdiction, we all agree that we are talking about the competence of a forum or a court to hear a matter. Because there's somewhere where you don't have the necessary competence to hear a matter, so you lack the jurisdiction to do so. Now, what has actually also raised this issue to a new level is when the former judge president of the Gauteng South Division of the High Court, I think it was Judge Mlambo, I think it's now with the Constitutional Court, if I'm right. So he went public last year and said, if you have a dispute or you've got anything that you want the court to resolve, we are prescribing and we are saying to you, we are giving you advice that go and start with mediation process, or go and sit down and try and resolve the process, the dispute amicably between the parties. Because the court role is so big that if you refer a matter today, your matter is likely to be heard in 2029 or 2030. And we all know the notion of justice delayed is justice denied. So this talks also to the volumes that we are now having, because people have heard what the court says, they've heard what the judge is saying, and then they are now coming to us to say, okay, we are referred to you. And I think the unfortunate aspect of it is that because of the backlog that we are now having, owing to the bigger volumes, there is a whole lot of these fights between us and obviously the industry or people who belong to the industry, because when you refer a matter, you want that matter to be resolved as soon as possible, because that matter could as well be need to be resolved because you really need a quick resolution to your issue. So it explains the volumes, but I'm saying with the decision that have been made by the courts, one, and secondly, with the announcement or pronouncement by the judge president, Mlambo, we believe that the playing field has been leveled, because now, when you come to the Csos, you are all equal parties. Whether you have got more money or you don't have, it's immaterial to us. We are going to listen to the merits of the case, make a decision, and you can go to court. If you go to court, which I'll talk to later, then it's a different ball game then, because then you have access to your senior counsel who will charge you probably around 50,000 rand a day if they are cheaper. And then it becomes a little bit of a challenge for David if David wants to go to court with Goliath. So that is the situation. But at the moment, we think at the Csos we are better positions to resolve the dispute. But we must now make several interventions to make sure that we live up to the issue of resolving those disputes timelessly. Now, I said here that the backlog is unfortunate, but I want to assure you here that we are dealing with the backlog. Next slide, please. Now, that's why I really like controlling my. Oh, is this how do you do it? So this you put it here, but you didn't tell me. So I'm gonna try and use this. I hope it will work. Thanks. Now, what quite often happens is that you refer a dispute to us as the Csos to resolve it. But when a dispute is referred to us, there are two parties to it. There's an applicant and there's a respondent. And any one of them hopes to win, hopes to have a favorable outcome coming out of the dispute resolution process. Unfortunately, if the matter passes conciliation, there's going to be only one winner eventually. There's only going to be one party that is happy. It could either be the scheme management, or it could be a respondent who is an occupier living in a scheme, because our process works like a court process. But now there seems to be some confusion. Now that you have an adjudication outcome that you don't like, but you believe it's unsound in law or it has got procedural defects, what now? What should now happen? Now, here is where we're having difficulty. Now, do you now need to write to the president to complain that the Csos has acted unfairly against you, which is what we have seen now in the past coming up with lots of people? I'm not happy with the education outcome, I'm writing to the president. Or do you have to post 1 million posts on social media with the hope that the decision will be reversed? It doesn't matter how many social media posts you will post about the decision. it won't be reversed simply because the Csos Act says that once the adjudicator had made a decision, nobody has got the power to reverse it. So, and I'm just saying to members of the Portfolio Committee and members of our board that you are going to be approached by a lot of people who are saying, the Csos did not treat me well, the education order is not in my favor because of 1, 2, 3. Can you intervene? None of us can intervene. None of us can intervene. Even the president can't intervene. It's a legal process. Now, the other option that we've seen people do is to write to the minister to appeal that the decision be corrected, or write to the chief ombudsman to reverse the decision. Like I've already said, the Csos Act empowers the adjudicator to have the final say in the process. Once that decision is made, it's res judicata, and I'm using Mr. Masilo's legal concept that the decision is res judicata. It's closed. We can't do anything. But we will show you what else, if you are a party, if you want to still escalate the issue, it's big to you, you feel that we didn't do the right thing, what you need to do. Next slide, please. Oh, now I'm used to next slide, please. But you see, is the importance of orientation, but also is the what one American writer calls as you grow older. You know, as you grow older, you tend to forget a lot of things. And I know that people that are in my league know that sometimes you wake up very early in the morning, you take your bifocals, the specs, you put them here, because you're trying to go through something with your eyes. And then an hour later, you want to go and drive to the city. Now you forgot where you put your specs. You move around the house, you're looking for them for an hour or so. And later, as you pass by the bedroom, you see something on your head on the mirror. Then you notice, oh man, it's here. So it's an aging thing. It does happen sometime. Now, please bear with me, those that are working on the slides. I'm going to try this one as well, but if it doesn't work, I'll still come back to you. So if any party is not happy with this, in our law, you can appeal or you can review. And I know that when we talk about review, we always have some kind of misunderstanding among legal scholars to say you can't review. And my contention is you can review, as you will see when I make reference to the decisions that were made in Chirwa and Kaba in relation to administrative law, what it says, that you can review, because obviously, as you will see, that the Csos Act is quite limited when it comes to you dealing with its outcome. But let me first differentiate between the two. So an appeal is obviously a request to a higher court to change the decision of a lower court, focusing on the correctness of the decision. So the decision, you're looking at it and you believe it's not correct. So because you believe it's not correct, you want to make an appeal. And we, as the Csos, we are a tribunal. So you can appeal our matter to a higher court, which is actually the High Court. You can appeal it, and I'm going to talk to Section 57 there. Or you can also review a request made to the same court that issued the original decision. So here you are not going to a higher court, but you are going to the same court that made a decision, and you are saying to that court, I want this decision to be reviewed because I want you to look at an assessment of the legality and procedural fairness of the ruling. So in a nutshell, appeals challenge the outcome of a case, while reviews examine whether the legal process was followed correctly. Let's see. Oh, I got it. Nobody's clapping hands for me. There you are. Thank you. Now, if you look at Section 57 of the Csos Act, it says that you can only appeal a decision of an adjudication order only on a question of law. But very few cases that were appealed from our side have been successful. And why have they not been successful is because there's a lot of due diligence that happen. The first thing is that when your matter is brought here, we assess it, whether we have the jurisdiction to hear your matter. Because remember, if we don't have jurisdiction, you can still go to court and say it's a question of law because it's a jurisdictional issue. So we assess it and we check whether we do have the necessary competence to hear the matter. So that's the first thing that we do. Now, the second thing is that once we have established that there's jurisdiction, that matter may be referred to conciliation, and eventually, if the conciliation is not successful, which quite often is not, it goes to adjudication. Now, at adjudication levels, our adjudicators do a very good work as well by asking the parties to submit all their necessary submissions to comply with the audi alteram partem rule of hearing the other side. We do it very well. We have not seen a situation in which we go to court on a question of law and we are found wanting on that issue. But obviously, this is not to deny that instances will be there where you find that when you look at it, a particular adjudicator may not have done sufficient work to look into all the documents or submissions made to him or her. Those instances will be there, and we are dealing with those kind of things internally to say, you need to make sure that you go through all the submissions thoroughly to comply with the audi alteram partem rule. Now, our adjudicators also have been trained thoroughly. I mean, many of them are lawyers, not legal academics, but lawyers. So they read through the documents, they apply the relevant prescripts, legal prescripts, they looked at the common law, and then once they've done that, that adjudication order is not issued out. It goes to the quality assurance adjudicator. This is a person who is going to check whether the application of law is actually correct and whether you have used all the necessary legal authorities to deal with the issue. So you see, so in a way, that's why more or less, if people appeal, they find that they go to court. When they come back, it's like quite often the court will say, well, this is actually correct. We had few instances in the past where the court said, no. I remember one of the instances was in the Western Cape where an adjudicator prescribed that the matter must be heard on paper. And the court said, no, you can't make that prescription. The decision as to how an adjudication process must be made is not your decision. It's a decision of the parties to make and say, we want face-to-face, or we want this to be supplied on paper. Now, we are looking into issues like that for continuous improvement of our processes. It's very essential, especially looking at the powers that are given to the adjudicator. Because the adjudicator has got so much powers that if he mishandles your case, it's now between you and losing your money, depending on the level of contestation or the issues involved. Now, I want to talk about this one, which is a contest that we have had in the past of a review application. And I'm not going to talk about the process, how you do it, and so on. But I think it's important to indicate that in terms of our Section 57, once you have arrived at an outcome, an adjudication order is out and you don't like it, you only have got 30 days in which to appeal the adjudicator's outcome. It's only 30 days. So what we have seen in the past, that we've seen a lot of people coming to us 50 days later and being frustrated that the court had not accepted the appeal because then they need to apply for condonation or something like that. So it's quite a very stressful thing, and I think it's one of the issues that we want the public to know, that if you have passed the 30 days and you are not able to appeal and the court is not allowing, we are no longer involved in that. And quite often, one of the things that we have done in the past is to file a notice to abide to say, if the court listens to the matter and they arrive at a different conclusion or they agree with us, we will abide. Because we don't want to be seen to be defending ourselves at all costs. Because we accept that in the process we may also be wrong. Now, as I have indicated earlier, a review is a request made to the same court that issued the same original decision aimed at assessing the legality and procedural fairness of the ruling. So the Csos does not have jurisdiction to review its own decisions, nor does it has the jurisdiction currently to appeal its own decisions internally. We don't have an internal appeal mechanism, and I know that our colleagues in adjudication are pushing very hard. They say they want to have an internal appeal mechanism. I don't know from my own knowledge whether that will be successful as we amend the law, but knowing how this whole system works is that usually as a tribunal you are not given the authority to appeal your own decision. But we are working on the amendments, and they're going to come to the industry, we're going to consult, we're going to finalize, and then we can see how all that goes. Now, Section 169 of the Constitution gives the High Court jurisdiction to decide constitutional matters, except where such matters are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Constitutional Court or are assigned to another court equivalent to the High Court. So that's what Section 169 says. But it says that if you have got a matter like that you want to make a review, or it's a constitutional matter, you can still go to the High Court and say, well, I've got a constitutional issue that I want the High Court to listen to in relation to my dispute. But it must be purely constitutional, or it must be an issue that you are reviewing, which is an outcome of an adjudication order. You can do that. And I know that some scholars are saying, no, you can't review an adjudication order. How can you review it? And my contention is, yes, you can review it if you look at Section 33 of the Constitution, read with Paja. I nearly said, next slide, please. Now, here is the crux of my summary. So this is my final slide. So in terms of Section 33 of the Constitution, it says that everyone has the right to administrative action that is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. And it says that national legislation must be enacted to give rise to these rights that are given in the Constitution. Then, because it says that national legislation must be enacted, then what was enacted was the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act of 2000 to give effect to those rights. And in terms of the two decisions, Indaba and Chiro, which relates to administrative law, there was a decision in Fredericks before it. Then came a whole lot of decisions in Indaba and Chiro where the Constitutional Court judges were in disagreement and had a lot of misinterpretation on the issue of administrative law, especially as it relates to employment law. But it was never a problem when you want to review a decision of a tribunal. It has never been a problem when it comes to that. So quite often people interpret the outcome of the case in Chirwa and Kaba as well as in Fredericks to mean that you can't review that decision because it's a decision of a tribunal. And my contention is that it's not correct. You can review that decision. You can take it. We have seen a number of reviews that are taking place. If you feel that it's not on a question of law, but it's actually on a question of procedure. So I just wanted to make this as a presentation because I feel very strongly that quite a lot of people get frustrated, and unfortunately the frustration go to the portfolio committee. My matter was not properly addressed, and I don't know members of the portfolio committee, because we received your letters and we try to respond back. No, this matter was, so this context will assist everyone, that if you feel that the outcome of the adjudication process is not happy, this is the route that people can follow. It's not social media. Social media doesn't resolve any problem. I don't know of a court decision that was reversed because you had a great following on the issues you raised. It doesn't work like that. And I think it works in the same manner that it works in a court of law. We have seen in the political space that when someone is not happy with the outcome of a court of law or a court decision, he says, that judge, I saw him how he was looking at me. That judge is racist. But remember, in court, we want to discuss the substance of the issue. And that's why it depends on how you are really putting your case forward before a court, that the issue of jurisdiction will be determined. Because we all know that jurisdiction is determined on the basis of pleadings that are made before the court. It's not determined based on the substance. It's the pleadings, it's how you are pleading your case before the court that the court will either say to you, we have the jurisdiction or we don't have the jurisdiction. So that is the point I'm trying to make, colleagues, that can we all work together and stop the social media onslaught and stop writing 150,000 letters to the president because I'm not happy with the outcome, or writing to the minister, I'm not happy with the outcome. There is always going to be a party in the process that is not happy. If you come with a case before us, one party is going to go out there wounded because it's not in my favor. I thought I was right. But, so those are the things. Thank you so much. I did not intend to go into how to apply for, because those now are the rules of the court that people must apply for. Thank you so much. Without further ado, yeah, and I was informed I must make my presentation and leave, so I'm leaving. As usual, I forgot the walk. Thank you.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you so much, Justice Shoka. I really appreciate it as well. Another round of applause, please, for the Acting Chief Ombudsman, please, ladies and gentlemen. Very important messaging. And I think that appeals process, that entire review of the adjudication process also is so important. And just understanding lawfully exactly how it really does work. It's a great understanding to everyone here, but also to all of those that we help, that we assist, that we're perhaps in charge of too, to be able to understand why it works the way it does. And so important to get that sense of things as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to something that has been a keen part of this entire Indaba, and that is governance. We've spoken a lot about it yesterday. In fact, even one of the plenary sessions outside of the hall was talking just about governance. And we're going to get feedback on a lot of those plenary sessions a little bit later on. But we decided we'd take another moment to speak about it. And I think it's very important, even in the society and the country we're currently living in. I don't have to say the word Madlanga any more than once for you to understand what I'm speaking about. And it is those concerns that we should have as a country about the governance of this country that should be of great concern. Now, while that may be at a larger scale, even within our own community schemes, if they're not done with correct governance, we rob and cheat ourselves of the homes, the livelihoods, and the environments we know we should be living in, whether for ourselves, our children, and our families. So I think this is an absolutely pertinent discussion to have. Yesterday, we even spoke about the type of leaders we should be having when it comes to whether it be trustees or otherwise. And I want us to think about that again. just let's think about it again every time we go back to our communities, to our HOAs, our estates, our complexes, our community schemes, etc., and ask ourselves the type of leaders we have in and around that, whether you're a managing agent or otherwise. So as long as we can take that moment to really consider it, I think it'll be very important. But let me not steal the shine from the man in charge of this very session. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about scheme governance, the challenges, as well as the proposed solutions, please allow me to introduce, from the Association of Residential Communities, Mr. Jeff Gilmore.
I'm so glad I'm second today because I got a lesson in organizing the next slide and I got a lesson on how to use this thing. It's an absolute privilege for me to be here today, and I thank Csos, the planning committee, as well as the acting ECHO and regional ombudsman for allowing me this opportunity. I'm also grateful that we're running a little bit ahead of time, because I was worried about the 15 minutes time allocation I was given. So now I can stretch that just a little bit going forward. So what I'm going to try and focus on is not to teach you anything or share any of my ideas on governance and effective governance, but rather to focus on some of the challenges that the residential community industry faces, and then to suggest 6 points which I believe is fundamental to achieving best practices within residential community schemes in South Africa. At the outset, let me say that we've got a solution within ARC to address the issue of the backlog of disputes. A solution, not the solution. And that solution lies in the fact that if we as an industry, if we as community schemes in South Africa improve our ability, competence, and skills to address disputes properly internally, it will take so much pressure off Csos to deal with disputes as an alternative dispute resolution process when many of the matters could have been dealt with internally. And you'll see through the next 15 or 20 or 30 or 45 minutes to take us up to tea time that this could be and is a fundamental reality. This is all new to our industry. Csos is new to our industry. The notion of alternate dispute resolution is new to our industry. Governance isn't new to our industry. But understanding governance and effective governance is something that we believe is lacking in our residential communities in South Africa. So let me start off by sharing my best or my favorite definition of governance. And it speaks about two components. It says, we need a system of governance within which that scheme is controlled and operates. Then within that system of governance, we need various mechanisms, and I will deal with those a little bit later. It's going off on my review screen here a little bit. Maybe thank you, it's going on and off, but I'll turn around if I need to. And the critical part of it is within that system and the mechanisms in which we practice governance is the ability and the need for us to be held to account. And then fundamental to the process is this involves ethics, risk management, compliance, and administration, which all elements of governance. And effective governance is the cornerstone of maintaining harmony, transparency, functionality within a community. Governance isn't about what we deem to be, I must govern our community. I, as a leader, a board member, a director, a trustee, or a manager, or a CEO, we don't govern our communities. We're catalysts in the process of applying good, effective governance. And it's the structures, processes, and principles of those governance practices that we need to keep working on. I'll share with you just now some of the challenges that we face as an industry, which makes that an extremely difficult task, but an extremely critical one. Essentially, it's the balance between doing the right things and doing things right. It's a balance between doing things right and doing the right things. Now, what are those right things? Well, as we grow in our communities and as new leaders take over, because the Companies Act, as well as the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act, calls for processes to rotate directors and trustees. So we could land up in our schemes, and we do, with a whole new board being elected every single year or 2 years, with the advent of action groups and task teams and WhatsApp groups, which the acting ACO mentioned just now. The whole system within which we operate is so open and sometimes punitive by nature, because we are subject to the respondents to poor governance. And we need to address that in our industry. The importance of good, effective governance lies in the following key principles. It is critical to prevent conflict and to allow for fair, equitable, and just resolution. We speak about property value protection. You know, we did some research a while back. The economy maybe has shifted a little bit, so it may not be valid now. But the value of a property inside a residential community, the same house outside of a residential community, differs between 18 and 20%. That research was done internally. Take it from there, or take that as it is, but it is an important factor. We have a problem in the property industry. We have a problem in values of properties and selling prices of properties at the moment. We're in a buyer's market, we understand that. Community engagement is fundamental. We sometimes lose sight of the fact that we need to engage with our communities. You know, if you take the organizations in South Africa, we've got Csos, the Community Schemes Ombud Service. We've got ARC, the Association of Residential Communities. We've got the RCC, the Residential Communities Council. We've got CASA, the educational arm, called the Community Management Institute of South Africa. In all of those is the word communities. We are not in the property management industry. We're in the community engagement industry. That's who we are. Community engagement is absolutely fundamental. And of course, resource management, the effective use of resources. Costs are going up all the time. We need to make more effective usage of resources. It's very easy for boards of directors or trustees to simply cut costs without looking at how effective we're using our resources within the system and the mechanisms that apply in the realm of good governance. Legal compliance is fundamental. I was speaking to James Donaldson, the chairman at Waterford, before the meeting, and we were speaking about the importance of legal compliance. In fact, it should be a complete portfolio on our boards of trustees and directors to ensure that we are legally and legislatively compliant in what we do. And of course, long-term sustainability. We have a situation where boards change all the time, and I include boards of trustees, whether it's an NPC, a non-profit company, or a common law association with the Constitution, the same principles apply. We need to ensure long-term sustainability irrelevant of the changes in leadership that take place. We sometimes underestimate the importance of the CEO or the estate manager as the only constant in this entire system that we have. And we need to make sure that we employ, and we'll speak about succession planning just now, the right people for the right job from within our ranks, focusing on issues which we don't always place high on our agenda of transformation. Some residents go to any lengths. These are real signs in America where they erected this outside Las Vegas. We need to try and avoid situations where neighbors fight with each other. Real pictures. How long it took this guy to construct that contraption. I think he's hiring it out. And of course, the conflict that arises when an estate manager asks somebody to please fix his bush in front because it's growing too long. We need to avoid that. Some key concepts and characteristics which I'd like to introduce. It needs discipline. Good governance is about discipline. It's about doing the right things and doing the things we do right. It requires discipline. It requires discipline within the characteristics that I mentioned earlier on. Transparency and access to information. We sometimes avoid situations relating to what our members have a right to see and what our members don't have a right to see. And there are certain things of confidentiality that are important. But the overall principle behind our actions as leaders in community schemes has to be around transparency. Good news and bad news. I get a community manager that phones me the other day to say they had a big robbery. I don't want to tell the residents about it because it's going to cause mayhem. Our response to that is residents have a right to know everything that's going on. Hold your head up high. Do you have your systems in place? Do you have your mechanisms within those systems in place around your governance practices? Then if you have an incident on your estate, make sure that you share it. Participation and inclusivity. We're in the community management industry. Let's focus more on our communities are made up of people. Our communities are not only made up of land, which are made up of homes. People occupy those homes. Responsibility and fairness. We need to be as responsible in our leadership positions. I've been at an annual general meeting where people are volunteering to serve because they want to get rid of the security company. People are volunteering to serve because they don't like the communications platform and they know somebody that has a better one. We need to have better practices in place in terms of our processes around applying good governance in respect of getting leaders that have the passion, desire to serve and have got the time. Two worst decisions to serve. I've got so much time on my hands and I want to change things. Good reasons to serve. I care about my community and I have some time. Processes for decision making, fundamental. Decisions are things we take all the time where the impact of those decisions can have far-reaching outcomes. We need to take decisions within a framework that are fair, that are equitable, and meet the best interests of the community at large. Social responsibility is key. Our industry's been lacking on that. Social responsibility in terms of our internal people and the communities outside our estates, outside our community schemes. And then, of course, the putting together of independent structures which work seamlessly together, which work together from a flow perspective to ensure that the decisions we make serve the best interests of the estate, of the community scheme. Some challenges we face. There are diverse perspectives. We cannot deny that in our country today. We cannot deny that in the world. More so in our residential community schemes. We have different cultures, ages, genders. I've got a son of about 30, from the age of about 12. He wouldn't talk to me on email or anything else other than WhatsApp. I mean, it's not easy. To tell my son I love him on a WhatsApp message is not nearly as powerful as the normal things that old bullies like me do. People are thinking differently. The ages of people moving into communities is changing. Our methods and processes to engage in those people are changing. We have diverse perspectives around many cultural events. And what we do in our communities, maybe rightfully, maybe wrongfully, is we design documents and policies and practices around stopping people from celebrating those events or milestones in the year. Let's find ways to communicate these better for a real purpose. We're lost in communication sometimes. It sounds like a cliche, but communications is key. Sending the right message to the right people in the right way is absolutely fundamental, to the point that perhaps we need to look at bringing in resources from communications experts to make sure that our message, the way we write our rules and regulations, are sound. The complexity of decision making. Remember that there's no qualification requirement for a director or a trustee to serve on the board. In fact, there's no qualification requirement for a CEO, general manager, or estate manager. They don't exist yet. Nothing exists. So we're expecting these people that are there, that are not being paid, to make complex decisions without having the expertise. Maybe we need to spend more money on bringing in more professionals to assist us with making good, sound, practical, implementable, fair, equitable decisions to serve the best interests of the community at large. Changing leadership, it's a massive problem in our industry. I get calls from our members which says, I need a strategic planning workshop, we've just elected a new board. And I stress to them that a strategic planning session isn't for the board, it's for the brand. It's for the community at large. Pull in all stakeholders into the process, because next time you get a new board, you've got to develop a new 5-year plan. It's crazy. We need our leaders to develop good governance practices, good systems, good mechanisms, good policies and procedures, with sound advice from others, that whoever takes part in a changed leadership structure, it becomes seamless. Succession planning, probably the most neglected area in our industry since the inception, when Four Ways Gardens was developed, followed by Silver Lakes and various others. People are being headhunted from one community to another. And people are leaving the estate because the board doesn't get on with them. And they go to another estate where they've got a great board until the next annual general meeting. And things change, and then they look for another job. We're just moving between estates. We need to start looking at programs of recruitment. When we hire people, we don't hire them to do a specific job just for now. We hire them with the end goal in mind. Talent. Let's hire for talent and teach the skills. We can't hire any longer for people that got all the skills that we want. We've got to hire for talent so that we've got effective succession planning mechanisms in place. And then, of course, the lack of training in our industry. The Community Association Institute of South Africa is the only body, although only accredited in the United States of America, that is providing training programs for estate managers and staff. I know Csos have that as part of their mandate, and my request to them is to continue with that process, especially with leaders. Some solutions: develop a clear code of conduct for residents, for committees, for trustees or directors, and for the board members themselves, that are involving everyone in their compilation. So the board doesn't develop its own code of conduct. The community puts together a project to look at how the community wants the board of directors to behave, how the community wants the board of directors to make decisions. Inclusivity is critical. Participation is fundamental. So we need codes of conduct. Regular review of our governing documents. I see memorandums of incorporation, constitutions that have been written by the developer 25 years ago. Things have changed in our industry. We need to spend money on reviewing our documents against a predetermined timescale. 5 years, 3 years, every year, depends on the age of that particular community. Encourage induction for directors and trustees. You know, we have passionate volunteers who stand up, put their hands up, fill out a nomination form, accept the nomination form, that come in, and you'll see on my next slide, in terms of posing the question, is my house in order? They are lost because they've just so much to do. I don't know what happens when a brand new board takes over through a revolt in the community. Unbelievable. It must be terrible for the individuals. So we need to encourage train. I believe it should be, and I hate the word compulsory, it should be strongly suggested that before a director or a trustee takes on their role inside a community, that there is an induction training process in place. Because they're not employed for their understanding of an HOA. They're not elected because of that. They're elected because of their passion, commitment, and willingness. We need to maintain an ethical approach and avoid conflict of interest. It happens too much in our industry, ladies and gentlemen. We need a good approach to avoid it. And we need to foster a culture of transparency when we share information with residents. When I mention residents, I'm speaking about owners, residents, or tenants, and any other stakeholder involved in the scheme. And then, of course, I've mentioned it before, seek legal advice to ensure compliance. All right, my last slide. It is critical to answer the question, is my house in order? Is our house in order? Are directors and trustees, as far as possible, familiar with the Companies Act as it relates to a non-profit company with a memorandum of incorporation, or the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act and its rules and applications in respect of a body corporate? Are we fully au fait with the elements of the Csos Act, which applies to both and more? Do we understand what the practice directives are saying? Do we understand what the undesirable rules are? Do we understand that we have a right to question those? We have amazing relationships with Maletsatsi, who's sitting there, Mervyn, who is somewhere in Abe. Incredible. We can phone them, and we did when the practice directives came out, and we challenged a couple of things. And Csos' answer was, we will look at it. Yes, we will. And they do. Might take a little time, which sometimes is against my liking, but they do. I might not like the outcome, but at least there was a process to get to the outcome. The MOI, or Constitution. So we're starting big picture, the acts, the legislation. You know, Csos has identified, I think it is Mr. Ambut, 17 pieces of legislation which we need to read together with the practice directives. This is no easy task. And we sit at an AGM and we say, I'll serve because I don't like the landscaper. I've got a buddy that will take over. These are real things. They happen. I've been in this business for over 20 years. They happen. So getting down to our MOR, are we familiar with it? Does it need updating? Are we prepared to spend money on legal advice to get our MORs talking to these pieces of legislation? They can't contradict each other. If there's anything in our MOR constitution that contradicts any legislation, the legislation takes precedent. We can't expect our members to read 17 pieces. We have to do it. We as leaders in this industry of ours. Do we have policies and procedures in place that speaks to our MOR and Constitution? Have they been accepted by all? Has there been a process for the community to pull them in via project teams to look at what policies we need? Let's not get lost in communication after that and make sure that they are communicated and sold, and I use that word not lightly, to the members to say this serves the best interests of the community. Our rules and regulations, I would estimate 90% of Csos matters are about an interpretation or the legality of our rules. I've seen rules which says a dog may not bark more than 6 times in any given hour. It's not practical, it's not implementable, and it's not necessary. I've seen rules which says that a domestic worker cannot walk in the common areas. Well, my domestic worker's been working for me for 28 years, now looking after my grandson. They will walk in the common areas with a pram. Wrong. We must address our rules. We must look at the legality, the implementability, and the spirit behind what those rules are. And we as leaders need to be the catalyst in that process. Our financial strategy and reserve management plan in the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act, and it's made a fundamental difference in that space. They've got the 10-year maintenance plan. Fundamental difference. It's so critical. We need to, even though not present in the Companies Act, start thinking about reserve planning, replacement costs, repair costs, maintenance costs going forward, to avoid, as far as possible, exorbitant special levies. A resident engagement platform, not one that says only I, the admin, can post on this, that says we need two-way communication. Of course we need to avoid the slander and the rubbish that comes across on WhatsApp groups. The acting Ombudsman mentioned that in a number of occasions during his session this morning. Do we have proper delegated lines of authority? Do our managers know what decisions they can take and what decisions they can take? Do they know when I hire a staff member, whose responsibility is it to hire them? Who's going to influence them? Who can I call on to help me on the shortlist? Are those things documented? If we don't have those delegated lines of authority documented, we're doing our community schemes a disfavor. And then records, reports, and minutes. Critical. Let's not underestimate the importance of keeping proper records, compiling proper reports, and the keeping of proper minutes. Compiling minutes is not an easy thing. It's critical because they can be called upon at any given time by any owner or member to make reference to. So in closing, what I would like to say, firstly, is to thank Csos for allowing me this opportunity. Secondly, to appeal to the audience here, not knowing exactly what everybody does, to appeal to them to go back to our communities, and if you're a resident in a community, to go to your managing agent and ask them to impress upon the leaders, the trustees and the directors, to re-look at how we govern, how we put in place governance systems and mechanisms. Go back to my first slide. And then to ask that if anyone's got any questions and they don't have time to ask them today, please give me a ring and my number's up there. I thank you for your attention.
Jeff, I hope you don't mind. We do have some time for some questions, if that's okay. We do have a couple of minutes for those questions. I do believe we have roaming mics just at the top of there. If I could just take a few questions. Unfortunately, we do have to break very soon, so we may not get to all the questions, but Jeff has put his details up, and hopefully we can get those back up, and maybe we can get that. But very quickly, we can start right at the top over there, and then on that side, we'll get that arm right after that.
Thank you. Hi, Jeff. Thank you so much for...
Where are you?
Do you mind just standing, sorry, so we can see?
My name is Leslie. My name is Leslie. Thank you, Jeff, for the wonderful presentation. Look, this beautiful country, Jeff, I want to just ask a question in terms of, in these community schemes, how do you handle people who are racist, outright racist? Because if somebody, like that example that you spoke about, the domestic worker shouldn't work here. We know that in this country, mostly domestic workers are black people. There has been instances as well where property practitioners who are black would not be allowed to canvass in certain estates. So, and I want to put it clear as well, just to put it on the record, that there's only a handful of white people who are racist. Not every South African white person is a racist, and we've got another new problem of other people who are corrupt, who are of color. Thank you.
So I don't want to focus on the notion of talking about racism. What I'd rather focus on are the mechanisms that we can put in place to ensure fairness to all. One of those is the fact that it's already been identified as an undesirable rule, which doesn't mention, as you mentioned, black or white. It mentions anybody. Nobody is stopped from walking in the common areas, whether I'm an au pair, a driver, a domestic worker, or a gardener. If I have a right to be there, I can go and sit in the park during my lunchtime. Obviously, we as an organization completely oppose any forms of racism, and I've got to say that in the main, in our industry and amongst our membership base, when I come across racism, I walk away from it. I share my views about it and I walk away with it. I don't want to engage. I don't even want to discuss. I don't even want to debate the issues around whether one is black or whether one is white. I want to debate rather our best rules to write into your rules and regulations that promote fairness, equity, and serving the best interests of the community at large. For me, there's nothing more beautiful than driving into an estate that drives past the common area and the kids are playing on the jungle gyms, and the domestic workers or the gardeners or the au pairs or the granny and the grandpa are sitting on a blanket eating their food, watching these kids play. That's what community living is about.
Sure, we've got a question just at the top over there as well. If we can please just keep them short so we can try and get as many through as possible.
I'll try and keep my answers short as well, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Clem Santos said that most plans fail because it does not take the humans in the plans into consideration. I'm Ari Snyman, CEO of Multiprof Property Intelligence, and we deal with the compliance of structures in complexes. Now, my opinion on all the very good plans that we discussed is that our clients are not interested. Our clients want quick solutions. Our clients don't want increases in levies. Our clients want to convert their garage into another bedroom because there's a need. All the rules, regulations, laws, whatever we have is not what they are interested in. And then we sit with trustees that's elected or that make sure that they are elected, and it becomes more like a complex capture for their own purposes than it is for the people that live there.
Yep.
How do we deal with real people that want zero increase in levies and want everything instant gratification? Because everything that you say is perfect, it's wonderful. In real life, and I think we've been in the industry for about the same time, none of that is, or very little, is relevant in real life where we operate.
Sure thing. Welcome. Welcome as a state manager or managing agent to the real world. And that'll never go away. Let's not be fooled. We will never please everyone all of the time. We've got to build into our own persona this notion of serving the best interests of the community from a financial, operational, administrative, and community development perspective. And we've got to make those decisions and live by those decisions. That's point one. Point two is education. We've got to educate our people. The worst thing a scheme can ever do is not increase their levies. Because in 4 years' time, they're going to have to increase them by 40% because things change. We've got to sell. When we stand up at an annual general meeting, the chairperson of that board has to be passionate about what he or she's doing and sell the notion in a way that it is believed and believes that it will serve their best interests. Obviously, we try and keep levy increases low as possible. We're in a poor economic state around the world. And you know, there's no difference in America. I went to America to research the development of ARC 18 years ago now. It's no different there. It's just one of those things that we have to put up with. Do we stop putting in good, proper, consultative levy increases? Or do we not? Of course we do not. We implement those. It's about how we do it. You know, 90% of CCMA cases are lost because we don't follow the right processes. We need to follow the laid down processes. The establishment of task teams. I know the Act says the board has the right to implement levy increases. Do I, as a chairman of the board, want to be held solely responsible for implementing levy increases? No, I don't. I want to involve the community within structures, within the overall mechanism, without losing, let me call it, the powers that the board have. But if we engage more, if we build in processes to pull communities in more, and even then we will not have every single person agreeing with every single thing we do. That's why you're here, because you're the catalyst, you're the only constant, and you've got to keep driving that process home. Engagement.
Thank you so much. So let's get a question at the top there.
Morning. Morning, Jeff.
Morning.
My question's regarding what you call mixed or hybrid or layered schemes, which have the ownership structures in sectional, and then through a Section 10, they go across to an HOA. Obviously, with the new directives, HOA governance is voluntary, but with a Section 10, it does effectively force the MOI that ultimately the HOA serves as the governance document, then gets checked by Csos. My concern is in having 7 years experience with it, are layered schemes and Csos consistency in terms of governance, oversight and supervision has been all over the place. Those schemes are not understood in any sense. And I'm not here to critique. What I want to ask is there a process for us as managing agents community schemes, etc., who have years of experience with these specific schemes to get involved in establishing that, because that's a big gap and no one at this stage knows. Are we getting answers across the board? So just like your commentary on that. Thank you.
So send me your CV. Now, I'm only teasing. You're talking about community schemes and the layering. You're talking about a community scheme that has a homeowners association with free title schemes, but also has standalone sectional title schemes, which have to comply with a different act. And the rules and regulations that the HOA has in place and how it impacts on those sectional title schemes, and the differential between the requirements of a sectional title scheme in terms of their financial strategy and the HOA, and that conflict that creates. I assume you're talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, look, it is key, and it's a top topic at the moment. And the key lies in the legislation. The key lies in the fact that an HOA is entitled to impose a levy on a free title scheme or a unit holder by virtue of their title deed. Don't underestimate the importance of the title deed. Very often someone will phone me and say, I need help. Well, what does the title deed say? The title deed says, I am buying into a sectional title scheme as a part of a homeowners association, and I will pay a levy based on 100% of the levy because they need to comply with the HOA rules, which are different to the sectional title schemes management rules, especially when it comes to financial matters. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. Then I believe a stronger integration of understanding between the leaders in the sectional title schemes or the timeshare schemes or the commercial schemes, because many of them do have that. Restaurants, hotels, hairdressing salons, car washes. The integration, and I mentioned the notion of when you put a strategic plan, you've got to pull those people together. It's not a them versus us, and that has caused the very issue that you are facing at the moment. This is a very, very, very complex task. But one has to start by ensuring that we integrate all of the community, irrelevant of what they're doing there or what their section entitles them to do. They're part of our community. There's many legal cases on the go at the moment around this notion of determining levies in a sectional title scheme over and above, and they call it a separate or an extra levy. Sectional title unit holders can often claim that I pay 2 levies. Well, you don't pay 2 levies. You pay an HOA levy, and then the sectional title levy is to deal with issues relating to painting, geyser insurance, looking after the swimming pool, the internal gardens, but you still need to comply with the overall rules of the estate. But maybe we could take this offline. I'd be happy to send you some great documents on it.
Can we get a question over here, just if you make it short as well, please?
Thank you so much. My name is Godfrey Makukule. I'm also EMA. I just want to, maybe this is not a question. It's actually sort of like a compliment to what you've been saying, or the presentation. Also to say thank you, because I think you just gave more insight on a question that I was raising yesterday in governance. Because most of the challenges that we are having, or the schemes are facing, is because of governance. And if I heard you correctly, you also mentioned that you're working hand in hand with Csos. So I just want to say thank you for that explanation, also clearing my mind in terms of what I was asking, that I didn't get a response yesterday. But today, at least, I get to understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're just going to take a final question just at the top over there, and then we'll have to close. As we said again, Jeff's details are on screen, and he will still be available for a conversation very shortly. Ma'am?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lerato. I specialize in data governance and privacy. Just mine is more of a comment and just to say thank you for bringing up the technology issue, especially when it comes to this fast-paced environment that we are in, that times have changed and we must embrace technology tools, especially platforms like WhatsApp, to say it's the most practical, it's instant, and the change is the people that are buying the property market, it's young people, and they are not always there on their emails. But however, this very important tool, they're always on it, and that is just smart technology, and we must embrace it into our community schemes as long as it's done respectfully and in a manner that is, because you can't control everybody's mind, so we must also embrace that, to say we are not money. Even Jesus Christ was persecuted, so who am I? So you take it with a pinch of salt and you just carry on, as long as you are doing it in the right, respectful way, and also embrace that not everyone thinks like you. There'll be somebody more militant, somebody more rude. There will be a racist person there and there, but you just go on and just say, I'm here, is what I'm doing right? Is it respectful? Is it lawful? And then you carry on. Thank you.
So, yeah, you're probably the same age as my son. That's why you say that. In closing, because the program director has called a close because tea time is here. A final comment. Let's say, if I put my hat of an estate manager on, cannot change anybody in my community. The only thing I am able to change is my reaction to the needs and wants of my community. It's a key part of our job. If I know that the demographics, the age, the gender of the people moving in, and I should have that information at my fingertips. Who's coming? What is the analysis? And I've got to change the way I behave. Even in my marriage, I'm married for 35 years. I've got an anti-nuptial contract I've never looked at again. I'm too scared. I can't expect my wife or my kids to change. I've got to change. They're responsible for their own change. It might sound awfully philosophical, and it's something to work towards. I thank you, everyone, for coming.
Jeff, really appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you so much for that. I think really, really fascinating. Absolutely great. Jeff, you've been married for as long as I've been alive, basically. All right. Good to know. Wasn't that just really powerful? And really an impactful message. And I don't know about you, but every day we seem to just be getting just that little bit out of each and every session. And the answers that you're looking for are all arising. I'm seeing it because the questions are less and less, and it's more comments. And that tells you everything you need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, just to add to everything as well, all your questions and answers could actually be answered through this. So Csos is launching this little booklet over here. There aren't that many today, so not everyone will be able to get one, but it will be at the help desk. What is this? Well, it is your dispute resolution and governance manual. And this is going to be very important. We're hoping to roll it out today so that you can take it back, have any thoughts, share any ideas, etc. Of course, you can always revert back and have commentary, etc. And we're hoping to roll this out countrywide and distribute this ASAP. So please, if you can, if you're able to get a few, or to get one, should I say, please do. It will be at the Csos help desk just outside the hall this morning. Please do grab yourself one where you can. As I said, there won't be enough for everybody, unfortunately. We didn't print enough for that, but it is just that kick-starting of this process. So thank you so much for that. Now we're going to move on again. It's not tea time, Jeff, unfortunately, but we're going to get there. Why? Because we're trying to make sure everything happens today so we can get you out of here, but also learning. So very important for us to be able to do that. We're going to move to a plenary session that I think will be very important for us to get a hold of today. And this one will be hosted then by Kiriboni Petla, who is the Executive for Organizational Strategy and Performance. And this conversation is going to be about the one thing we talk about so much in the country as well, advancing transformation. The progress on that strategy and what exactly does it look like. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to the plenary in just a moment, but Gidiboni will have a presentation for us right now as well. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Gidiboni Petla.
Good morning. I stand on the protocol that was observed yesterday, but special greetings and welcome to our Deputy Minister and to the board chairperson, to the chairperson of Portfolio Committee and the members of the board and the acting chief on board and DG, welcome. We're presenting on a very important presentation. This journey, our transformation journey started right here on the stage, where we were given a mandate 3 years ago to say that as Csos, you can't talk about transformation sitting in your offices with air condition. You must come to the people, you must tell you what we want. You must come to the sector, people like Jeff, and they'll tell you how are they prepared to transform the sector. And we did exactly that. We did exactly that. So it was, number one, it was recognized as a crucial item that we need to address. It was a resolution from the first Csos in Indaba that we need to start the conversation on transforming the sector. That whole journey started. And we then crafted a concept note. The concept note that was developed, we had to take it throughout the country. We did about 18 sessions, roundtable sessions, where we're talking about the concept note that says, how can we transform the sector? We went to all the provinces physically. We only did Northern Cape visually. And then as part of us doing that concept note, the roundtables, we then crafted a 5-year transformation strategy. That strategy is also workshopped. It was approved by the board. It's now en route to the minister for approval. And as soon as it's approved, we'll then now commit even the budget. We have a plan that is already costed that will implement the transformation strategy. We also have a draft sector BBB scorecard. In that scorecard, we really believe in the scorecard because we believe the scorecard will be a tool that enables us to do this transformation of the sector. The scorecard will then be saying, if you know the elements of a sector scorecard, it has ownership, it has management, it has voting rights, it has a procurement plan, it has trainings, it has learnerships. So we'll be saying to each and every scheme, in terms of your scheme, who sits on your board? In terms of your scheme, how do you transfer skills? In terms of your scheme, how do you educate? In terms of your scheme, who do you procure from? So that's what the scorecard will be saying to us. So the scorecard, when we did our roundtables, the scorecard was a very rough draft. Now we've got a draft, Jeff, of the scorecard, but we want the minister to approve that we go and consult further. We want it to be a scorecard that it has a buy-in from the sector in general. So we are coming again for the roundtables. I think Minister did say yesterday that we will be going around the country again, workshopping on the scorecard, agreeing on the percentage and the weight that we want to sit measuring our scorecard. Our transformation strategy captures around 2 themes. The theme that is sitting there is theme number 1, capacitating and access to funding. We know that in the past we used to just believe that transformation is all about training. If you've trained people, you believe that they've been transformed. We are out of that. We need to train them. We need to ensure that they're capacitated in terms of what they need to achieve. So the second theme talks about market access and opportunities. Even in there, we are elaborating in terms of what opportunities are we putting up front for our PDIs. How can we make sure that they, as soon as they enter the sector, this is also sustainable. Minister did indicate also yesterday that gone are those days where we believe that transformation is when we give a person a bag with a ball pen and a notebook. And then we say we train them, we gave them a ball pen and a notebook. We need to ensure that they're capacitated. And when we did our roundtables, the industry was very much welcoming. They said, let's do it. That's one thing that really motivated us. They said, we've been talking about it, now we need to transform. And they are the one that told us, in this sector, currently now there's no accredited course that you can attend. This sector is you learn on the job. It's the kind of a sector that you learn as you're doing the work. So because they were open and they were welcoming, we discussed a lot of opportunities around how can we have this on-the-job training, and they are ready, I must say, DM, to incubate the EMAs that we have. Last year, we had, for the first time, a cohort of learners that were hosted by the sector. They're also saying, bring us more learners, also bring us your executive managing agent that still want to learn on the job. So we have a sector that is willing, we have a sector that is open, we have a sector that is ready to implement all the items that we are bringing. On this slide, we are sharing some of the initiatives that are sitting in our transformation strategy. Around capacitation, we've got items like your training programs. We also have items around education and certification programs. Financial literacy becomes quite critical because, yes, you can enter the sector. We can be on our panel. You can be an EMA. You can be trained. You can go and manage a scheme. But if you are not trained properly and your financial literacy is not of good, you will definitely not make it 10 years into this sector. And we have been told again by the industry experts that in this sector, it's sometimes they say it's a thankless job that they're doing. You need to have a number of schemes for you to manage before you can start seeing progress. So it means for you to be sustainable, you need to have good conduct. Hence, all our EMAs, they sign a code of conduct because we need them really managing the schemes. We need them knowing what to be done because they're managing a critical part of anybody's life. They're managing your most valuable asset. They're managing your house. They're making sure that the house that you have is residing in a scheme that is registered with Csos. It's residing in a scheme that is have rules that Jeff was talking about that are not infringing on anyone's rights. They also make sure that in the AGM, the budget that I discussed there is a budget that covers everybody's needs and everybody's understanding. So we need our EMAs to be the ambassadors, the true ambassadors that will go out and ensure that schemes are well managed in those sectional titles. So on this slide, we're sharing a number of initiatives that we're already implementing. The other theme that we are talking about is called market access and opportunities. In that theme, we're talking about the opportunities that we have. Obviously, we've got a panel of EMAs that is currently running. In total now, we have around 152 EMAs sitting in our panel. We know that, as I said, this is on-the-job training kind of an industry. We have twinning programs that we want to be implementing. We also have subcontracting. We have an EMA that is subcontracted by Mid-City, where Mid-City is giving that EMA back office support. I think we have in the room today the WeConnect company. That is one that is offering this system that you need to manage a scheme as an EMA. But we've also been told that that system comes costly. So we can train an EMA, we can give them a scheme, but if they don't have a system, an automated system of collecting levies, of ensuring that they can govern that scheme, they will not be sustainable. So those are the kind of things that when we twin them with the industry, they will learn from there. As soon as we are able to facilitate funding with the BASA, we are having engagement with BASA, we have engagement with PPRA, we have engagement with all the financials that are available so that they can fund our EMAs. Initially, we had thought that we'll be able to, because we really, really want to see the sector transforming, we thought we'll be able to issue out loans, chairperson of the board, and startup packs, but the minister said, no, you are not a funding entity, so you need to go out and facilitate this funding. You can't give funding yourself. So that's exactly what is sitting in the current transformation plan to say, how are we going to facilitate that funding so that our EMAs can come and really be sustainable in the sector. Access to information. In this said Indaba today, we have a number of EMAs. Can just ask by show of hands, how many EMAs are here? Because these are the opportunities, I'm seeing it's quite a lot of them. Welcome. We have it's sessions like this where we need them to learn from the industry expert. because even if we train them 4 times a year, we might not reach that level of knowledge that they need for them to be sustainable in the industry. So they are here today, they are learning. I heard yesterday in the commission they were participating. So we are building an EMA force that GM, they'll be able to go and now start managing public schemes. It has been a topic in the past to say government does invest a lot of money in building stock. Municipalities are building, the department is funding that the municipalities should build, but then 5 years down the line, all those schemes are dilapidating because there's no governance structure, there's no maintenance plan, there's no budget outline, they don't even pay their levies, there's no payment of rental. So our EMAs, we are building that force that as soon as that framework is done with the department to say how can they utilize these EMAs to come and manage this stock. So that framework is also been drafted, is about to be finalized, where we are saying how can the sector, how can SHRA, in terms of their rental stock, now take our EMAs to go and be property managers in those stock that have been built by the investment of government. So that's one thing that we're also gearing towards. As I said, we first need to draft that framework that is currently being finalized to say the how part. We already have the army of the EMAs, and we just need to say the how part of them working in the public schemes, more so the how part of how will they be compensated. Because the end goal of our transformation journey is when they are economically participating in the country. They can be trained, yes, they can be given whatever, but as long as they are not participating economically, we have not reached that transformation goal. So in a nutshell, that is the strategies that we have. On this slide, we're actually giving progress. Since year 1 till today, this year, where are we in terms of the transformation journey? And all this progress, we're actually presenting the progress outside. These are just pilot studies. The transformation, as I said, is en route to be approved. So we have 154, we appointed additional EMAs. We've got 157 EMAs on our panel. The incubation program has gone out. We did a call out to the industry. About 15 of our EMAs are going to be incubated by the industry. So we're moving from just one being incubated to having about 15 of them being incubated. And yesterday, Minister also said that we need to understand their needs. We did exactly that. We had a workshop that did a needs analysis of all the panelists on our EMA panel to say, what is that you need from us for you to succeed in terms of the sector? So they told us, I need to be incubated, I need to access funding, I need to just be given a scheme. I'm ready, I know what I need to do, I just need to be given a scheme. So we did that need analysis, and 15 of them said we need to be incubated. Between 2021 and to date, we are also pleased to report that 21 of our EMAs are now managing scheme. That is one item that we could not have achieved if we had not opened the sector in 2021. Now we've got PDIs managing schemes with knowledge, managing schemes with challenges, but because we are there to support them, they are able to manage these schemes, and a number of them are in the room today that are managing about 4 or 5 schemes ever since the inception of the EMA program. We are also reporting that on our panel, we have a total of we have 93 of them being males and 64 of them being females. And we're actually pushing hard so that we can get a lot of women EMAs participating. We're also pleased to report that as part of the EMA panel, we're starting to see the youth coming. The youth are coming. We have the youngest being 27 years old coming from Mpumalanga, another one 28 years coming from, I think it's Eastern Cape. So we are starting to see them coming up. And we are encouraging in June, in the Youth Month, we did a presentation in a webinar that was hosted by Youth in Property, where we shared a number of opportunities that they can get from our sector. And we are pleased to see that now they're taking up that opportunity and they're coming up. In terms of the learnership, as I said, we had, for the first time last year, we had about 20 learnership that participated in our program. We are also pleased to say that 6 of those were now absorbed permanently by the industries that hosted them. And again, that's a measure for us, a key measure for us, because had we not implemented that learnership program, those 5 kids would not even know that the sector exists, number one. They wouldn't even know that the opportunities outside of being a doctor, a teacher, a lawyer, there's an industry that is at a value of $1 trillion. So now they are here, they are participating, and they're enjoying what they are doing in where they are implemented. We also have an internship program in the entity, where again 40% of the interns at the end of the internship program, about 40 of them are being absorbed into permanent positions. Now, as an entity of the National Department of Human Settlement and as an entity of government, we have, again, a commitment to ensure that we do preferential procurement. We participate where we make sure that a percentage of our budget goes to businesses owned by women, goes to businesses owned by youth, goes to businesses owned by person with disability, goes to military veterans, and we've got a joint target. And I must say, every time we go to the portfolio committee, we go there with confidence because we are able to meet at least the women-based target around 40% procurement. And I'm pleased also to report that even again, we remain consistent. In the 24-25 financial year, we also managed to achieve that 40% of procurement by businesses owned by women. We are struggling, we must report, in terms of businesses owned by persons with disability. But nevertheless, we are engaging organizations that are leading that particular group. We are confident that quite soon we'll be able to meet that target. And all these transformation initiatives, they wouldn't be achieved if we did not have the support of the sector. So these are a number of MOUs that we have signed to date. And we are looking to sign even more MOUs to enable this transformation journey to progress quite well. We are open and willing to sign more MOUs to ensure that as the EMAs come, as the learnership are coming, we have people that can host these learners. We have an advert now that went out for our learnership, and we've got over 200 applications. But we only want 20. You can see the deed that is out there about the learnership program. What if we did not step up as a sector and say, we are here, we also want to assist? On this slide, we're just sharing the requirements that you need to have to be an EMA. I'm not going to go through them, but if you are interested and you want to know more about how to become an EMA, please do come. We will share that during tea break. But you need to be registered with PPRA as a property practitioner. We also went a step further because PPRA is our sister entity. We are able to engage them if you have applied for your FFC certificate and you are not winning with them. They're able to take you through the steps that are required for you to get that FFC. So we are building relations, we are collaborating, we are engaging only for the purpose of advancing transformation in the sector. I think that's the end of my presentation. I'm going to invite my panelists to come so that we can hear from them, hear from the EMAs. How has it been working? We can hear from the industry, Trafalgar, how has it been working? We can also hear from the youth, how has it been working, and how best can we improve this transformation journey, and really how best can the needs of us transforming the sector really come about so that we can succeed at the end of the day. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Yeah, so we're just going to put up some furniture. It feels like some of the flowers are struggling now. We forgot the water bill, so the community scheme must pay for this one, unfortunately. Thank you so much for that. And as you said, you'll introduce your panel in just a moment. But I just thought it was also the opportune time to really, again, talk about what we've just seen, particularly with regards to some of the achievements that have been put forward here, and that transformation journey that we keep asking about, whether things have actually gotten done in any way. We'll ask about it and say, oh, but is Csos doing anything? And this was that report card. And if you wanted to judge where exactly things have gone, how it's looking, that was actually it. I mean, just think about this Indaba itself, bringing forward some of the resolutions and possible the elements that we could actually take forward. A final draft and a concept note was then created. We even had consultation with the Property Sector Charter Council, conducted roundtable sessions in the middle of last year. So many different aspects were really put together, even that BBBE sector code and the consultation process. So truly, congratulations to yourselves. Thank you so much. I know a lot of hard work certainly still at play, but that is certainly a good place to be starting. I'm going to allow you now to introduce your panel.
Thank you very much, Warabile. Please, can I please request Elaine Munain to join us on the stage? Can I request Lupo from the Youth in Property to join us on the stage? Can I request Lungiswa, one of our EMAs, to join us on the stage to really tell us the experience about being a Csos EMA and what are the challenges that they're experiencing to date and how can we improve it? May I request Karin Kotsie from Trafalgar as one of our partners in terms of transformation journey. We've signed an MOU with Trafalgar 3 years ago. They incubated a lot of our EMAs and they incubated our learners. They actually absorbed one of our learners from the previous cycle, and Karin was telling me that they're looking for more learners and we are bringing them, Elaine. We are still, Karin, we are still finalizing the recruitment process, but they are coming. Just prepare the desks. Well, welcome, and we really hope you will share a lot of information with us. I just did a progress report on the transformation journey that we've held together. And I'm saying together because I'm seeing you, and we always talk on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. But somebody sitting there, or at the board and the portfolio committee sitting here, they're saying, yeah, but Csos has developed a transformation strategy and initiated a few programs. The pace of the progress has been slow. So we are going to address the slow part. And what's that we need to do to speed it up? So today we aim to unpack the reasons behind this and explore what's working, identify practical solutions to accelerate the transformation journey. And I'm going to start with you, Elaine. And you did host one of our learners also last year, and you were very passionate about hosting the learners, and your worry was, how do we, as an entity, how do we know what is actually being done when the learners are hosted there? Are they washing their curtains? Are they doing the actual job that they're supposed to be doing? So my question to you is, in terms of accountability and implementation, so let's start with accountability and leadership commitment. We know that Csos has put a strategy forward. The question is, what mechanism, in your view, of accountability in terms of performance monitoring can be introduced to ensure that the transformation commitments are implemented more decisively and with clear timeframes?
Kerry, we call ourselves proud South Africans, and we are actually a very proud nation. So when we take in a learner, we need to incorporate them in such a manner with a stringent training program to make sure that not only it's on the daily job that they learn, but also a program to be able to train them in such a manner that when they leave, they can comfortably and confidently be integrated into the property sector. So the call here is for companies in the property sector to look for individuals, graduates from rural areas, and have a passion to empower them, teach them, and train them in such a manner that you are fair to them. And that when they leave you, you know that you've done excellent mentoring, because the decisions we make today will definitely affect our future tomorrow.
Okay, just to follow up, Elaine, on that one. So this participation that you're talking about, do you believe it should be an initiative that becomes a compliance requirement or just remain voluntary?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The participation in terms of industry hosting the learners and us doing the learnership program, do you believe it should be a compliance requirements like, the PPRA, they have in their act a full-fledged chapter that talks about transformation. Yes. So for us now, it's a voluntary. The sector can volunteer, and we can also decide if we don't want to do it or not? Do you think it should be something that we must consider when we amend the legislation?
Yes, absolutely. It must be part of the sector. It must be a responsibility. Because remember, we say we are proud South Africans. How is the sector going to look 20 years from now, 30 years from now, if we don't set the foundation now? We've got to get in the graduates that are hungry to be in the property sector and train them in such a manner, and also be held accountable with a framework that is set. That is not, I get a person in because I want to save on a salary, plug them in and let them work. That's not what the idea is. The idea is to get in a graduate, train them in such a manner so that they can go out and perform, become an EMA, to train their trustees, to be effective in the industry.
Thank you very much, Helen. Karin? So the theme for this Indaba is a shared responsibility as the cornerstone of the community scheme sector. So again, the same with transformation. We can't do it alone as a regulator. We need the industry. In terms of the industry stepping up, it requires that active involvement from the managing agent, the trustees, the developers, as well as other stakeholders. So how can Csos mobilize and incentivize the broader community scheme sector to take the shared responsibility for transforming the outcomes?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. Sorry, I just have notes because I've perimenopausal, forget things, all of that. Yeah, so as you said, it can't be done alone. Trafalgar, Csos can't be considered to do anything alone. That's why you have industry support. And we are very proud of our memorandum of understanding that we've got with Csos. In terms of that, we are also taking on, as you said, Csos learners. We're involved in the incubation of EMAs, and we are very passionate in terms of teaching and learning and just giving free advice and free training. We also have, on top of the Csos learnerships, we also have our own learnership program. Over the last 5 years, we've incubated about 250 learners from underprivileged, previously disadvantaged backgrounds, youth, that we're giving bursaries to, that we're supporting. So it's definitely important for the industry to step up. And what we also did is, although it's not, in terms of some people, a legal requirement to have BBBEE compliance, we voluntarily did that. We said we want to be compliant. We will go through a voluntary process to be compliant. And we've got, as I said, free online training that is open and available to all. You can go onto our website. It's online. You do it in your own time. And it's free. We want to advance the industry. We're passionate about in advancing and giving knowledge to the industry. But where I think Csos can come in, I was on a panel last year with the PPRA, with Services CETA, where we actually wrote a curriculum for a qualification for a community scheme manager, because there isn't currently, as you said, something like that. But my question would be, is the cost of having to go through training to get that qualification? Currently, if you want to be a property practitioner, you have to do the course, pay a lot of money, do the qualification, write the exam. So the costs of all of that is maybe where Csos can come in, and the industry can come in terms of funding. So that was just my comment. And then also in terms of transformation, I don't think it can be forced on anyone, because then there will just be resentment. So definitely collaboration. You're collaborating with managing agents, you're collaborating with NAMA, who's the organization for managing agents. And I think recognition will also play a big role. So I was thinking last night, what about something like an annual Csos Transformation Award session type thing? Because I think a carrot approach is better than a stick approach.
Yes, definitely. Lungiswa, you are one of our EMAs. Before you were on our panel, you were not in the sector. So now you are in the sector, you are participating, and I know you are meeting a lot of big people that we have not even met. You were telling me that yesterday you are meeting the MEC here in Gauteng, because now you're already doing something that we still want to do. You're already opening ways of managing these public schemes. So you're already there, and the framework will be better placed to give us more information in terms of how we can actually craft this framework to ensure that our EMAs get that opportunity of managing the public schemes. So what practical steps do you think we need to take to open up the training and professionalizing this EMA panel that we have as a pathway to ensure that the PDS are coming here and the community space is welcoming and they're able to actually flourish in the sector?
Okay, thank you very much, Kitty, and good afternoon to everybody. I think the challenge is that I'll start with that part. Most of us as the EMAs, when we join the panel, we're not sure, because now remember the mandate that we are given is not just to manage a scheme. You are not a property manager or a managing agent. Now you have to take over the role of the trustees, ensuring the proper governance, effective management, compliance, and also assisting with resolving the disputes within the community scheme before they escalate to the ombuds or to the courts. And now the most challenging part was to get into an industry that already is established with its own rules. So I think the most important part that could be practical is to continue with the program. When we started, there was Csos program where the training department would go into the schemes, of which I know myself and a few of us, we jumped into the opportunity where we were going with Csos into the scheme when they are going to train the trustees. So that's the on-job training that we got when we started. So I'm not sure if it still continues, that one. The other one that I know that is a success is the incubation program, where some of the EMAs that are coming on board now, of which I missed that one at the time when I joined. The few people that I spoke with, they said they are learning a lot in terms of, especially for those that were not part of the managing agents before. So they are learning in terms of the actual management of the scheme. So it's very important that you put in place a training as well for those who are entering the market, to be trained first as the managing agent if they have never been, so that they will know what is required now to run the scheme. It's a very important, because they will be making decisions on behalf of the scheme as the executive managing agents. And the other part that I think it's the CETA, the CETA accreditation is very important, because now we're going around the schemes. One of the tasks or passion that I have is to run the educational and training workshops for the new owners and also the owners on the scheme, because most of them, they don't really know what is expected of them. They just follow whatever, and they've been taken advantage. So I think it's very important that the CETAs must have an accreditation and partner with the industry and the training providers. And also, I would ask the owners as well, homeowners, to be involved in the inputs of changing the industry for their own benefit.
Okay, you are an EMA here, and you are managing schemes. What kind of support do you need now as you are managing these schemes from us, in terms of your experience?
The first one, I think, is for me personally, we need a lot of support from the legal perspective, because we're dealing with, we get into schemes, we take over the role of the trustees, and when we get there, we find the managing agents that have been in the industry before we're born. And now you come and you want to remember that now they have to account to you as you took over the role of the trustees. And now it's a challenge, because some of them, they've built some systems. Some are good and some are bad. So it's very important that we get the legal backup, because we go to courts now and again for challenging a status quo that we found there, especially if the managing agent is not doing what they are supposed to do, or we find the previous trustees trying to, you know, manipulate systems and try to influence the decisions. So it's something that we need. We need a legal backup, and also we requested previously, I submitted a proposition to Csos to say, can we have, as EMA panel, the roundtable discussions, because we're dealing a lot with the Sectional Tax Schemes Act, and we deal a lot with the legal aspect of it in terms of governance and making decisions. So there's a need for the roundtable discussions, whether it's weekly or quarterly, for all the EMAs, the old ones and the upcoming ones, to have sessions where we dig deep into the Sectional Tax Schemes Act, and also how to approach certain things and make certain decisions in the scheme for the benefit of the homeowners.
Okay, got that copy. So Lupo, we're coming to you now. We're talking about measuring real impact. You know, when you work with the youth, they want to see things happening and they want to see them at a very fast pace. So in terms of, and we normally, as I said in the beginning, we often think transformation is a progress as measured through workshops held and reports produced, but not tangible outcomes. So in terms coming from the youth, how can we shift towards real transformation impact, such as ownership, diversity, enterprise development, but what kind of data or indicators should we be tracking to demonstrate true transformation impact?
Sure. No, thank you, Katie. Good morning to everyone on the floor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think you are correct by saying in most instances, transformation tends to be measured using events, giving bags, and the likes. And that is truly one of the challenges we face when typically talking about transformation, not just within community schemes, but I think just broadly within the property space as well, is where you often measure activity instead of impact. I think we tend to highlight the number of workshops that have been hosted, the number of people that have been trained, or the number of reports that have been published, essentially. I mean, those are quite important, but they don't necessarily tell us whether the ownership patterns have changed, or whether management teams are more representative, or whether emerging enterprises are actually getting more opportunities to grow. I think to make transformation more meaningful and visible, we need to shift towards more of an outcome-based measurement, essentially where progress is defined by tangible change in participation, ownership, as well as the actual empowerment of the intended beneficiaries. And then in terms of just some of the metrics that could be used, I think firstly, building a measurable outcome-based frameworks. So what that would essentially look like is developing a sector-wide transformation scorecard or dashboard, similar to what the Property Sector Charter Council currently has in place, but obviously customized for community schemes. I think then what this dashboard could typically do is actually track 4 or 5 key dimensions, if I can put it like that, starting from ownership, management and trustee representation, procurement and enterprise development, skills and professional accreditation, as well as youth and women participation as well. That is quite important. So I think this type of dashboard could essentially give Csos and the public, for that matter, a clear picture of whether we are moving the needle or simply repeating the same activities every year.
Yes, in my presentation earlier, Lupo, I did indicate that we are sometimes struggling to achieve the youth the youth target of procuring 16% of our budget from businesses owned by youth. And as I said, we did a presentation with your youth organization in June. So what collaborative efforts can we put in place between us and you guys for us to ensure that we really achieve this youth coming and doing business with government in general?
No, for sure. Thank you for that. I think what could essentially help in doing that is having an actual program that is targeted. So basically having a program with a very clear outcome, basically, that is targeted towards increasing the so-called participation of the youth. I think I'll use something that we do, for example, with the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, the SHRA, they essentially, came to the conclusion that they need more youth-owned SHIs that are essentially going to come through the pipeline, for example. And with that, what they then essentially did, they came to the Youth and Property Association, entered into an MOU with the organization, whereby they essentially said, within the next 3 years, we would like to get 3 youth-owned SHIs that are fully accredited and that are actually, managing social housing projects, if I can put it like that. And I think that has been somewhat useful and impactful in the sense that we've actually seen through that program 2 or 3 youth-owned SHIs actually come through the pipeline, and obviously because of the MOU that was in place, so it was quite easy for the organization, to then lobby the SHRA on the other side to ensure that the necessary, support is in place and the necessary funding is essentially in place. So I think just to bring it closer to Csos, what that could essentially look like is coming up with a very deliberate and intentional program that essentially says, by this year, this is the target that we're looking to hit, and then, how do we then get there? And that essentially involves partnering with organizations like the Youth and Property Association, and then having actual, sort of roadshows or information sessions, if I can put it like that, because that's where it typically starts. I think for a lot of people, for a lot of young people for that matter, they just don't know that these opportunities are available. So I think the first part is essentially getting the information out there. And then once you gain, or gauge rather, a sense of interest, you then call the ones that are interested to come through a very structured sort of program whereby they will be equipped to achieve that desired outcome that you're looking to achieve with the program.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see the MC. I think we'd agreed that we'll open up for questions coming from the floor in terms of transformation, the progress that we've already reported, and solutions that can be proposed coming from the sector in general. I think Oarabile will pay me half of his salary because he's not here. So, but I see their hands going. Can we have those roving mics? Yes. Just say who are you asking the question from?
Okay, I'm ordered to stand up. I do that. Yes, I think my name is Fani Skuman. I'm involved in operational training for community schemes. My question first will be to Pulu, and then I just want to make a comment as well. Pulu, I just want to ask, what is your involvement with Yes for Youth in fast-tracking youth through the program? I know there's a lot of companies, for instance, Glencore and all of them, for their BEE scorecard, they need to have about 700 learners that actually have to get industry experience. And Glencore actually pays those people a stipend. And I really think that from Csos or from your side, I think there can be more engagement in getting those people placed. And I also think we need to look at the roles as well. There's roughly about, in a community scheme, there's roughly about 30 positions if you're looking from landscape, security, architectural, all that kind of stuff. Places where people can be placed. And I just want to know what is your involvement with Yes for Youth. And then, Kediboni, I think the next thing, I don't really see a panelist, so I'm going to make the comment to yourself, is I would really like Csos to push the thing of obtaining funds from Services CETA. As you know, I've actually read the report of Services CETA. There's only 17% of companies that contribute to SDL actually claims money back from them. And I think, the schemes need to be sensitized that they can actually get money, whether it's small amounts. I know they also pay for learnerships and all that kind of stuff. So there is definite funding that can be obtained there. I think the second outcome that can be obtained is if you request money from CETA, you actually need to submit a training report to say, what type of training did my people go through? And I also see there's a big lack in regards to personnel management in community schemes. So, first of all, you have to submit your training report and then your plan, your skills development plan. And that will tell the scheme, listen, I plan to train this people in this, and thereby equipping them to be more capable in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I think you meant Lupo. Lupo, are you involved with the YES program? Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the question. So we are involved with the YES program, but it is pretty much within the ambit of the property space. So just, if you don't know, YIPA does stand for the Youth in Property Association. So pretty much all of our engagements are pretty much limited towards that extent. And through that, we do, run programs and partner with organizations such as Property Point, as well as the South African Property Owners Association, to essentially get some programs up and running that are aligned to that. But as I said, our work is pretty much limited to the ambit of the property space. So we've never essentially explored taking up conversations, for example, relating to a Glencore, which is more for a commodity trading house, for example. But I think now that you mentioned it, it certainly is something that could be worth looking at if there is a relationship that could potentially be explored in as far as that is concerned. Thank you.
All right, yes, let's look up for that. So in terms of how we're doing the learnership program from now, in terms of working with SETA, we currently we are paying the stipend ourselves as an entity to these learners that have been placed at the industry by the host companies. But we've had an opportunity where SETA was giving us the funds, but that negotiation took long, and then their closing date came, but we are well aware, and we are applying to get more SETA funding. As I said, we received a number of applications, but fortunately, because of our budget limitations, we're only gonna take only 20 learners. So going forward, when we include our money and the funds from the services SETA, we can definitely take around, maybe double the number of 20 and go to 40. So, but I think I take the comment where we can also involve our schemes to say they can also request money from services SETA, even the managing agent themselves, because Karin, you are training our learners at Trafalgar. Have you explored that getting funding from SETA?
Sorry, I'm not on. Am I on? Sorry, I'm not really involved with the HR part of it, so I'm not sure if we are even asking money from
It's a takeaway for today.
Yeah.
It's a takeaway
I'll
for today.
do that, homework.
Yeah. Thank you. I can't see. Okay, anybody with a microphone? Yes?
Thank you, Kiriboni. My name is Lerato, and I am one of the EMAs in the panel for Csos. This question is more feedback for you, because you did ask, how can you better support the EMAs? As a young professional that landed into the industry, I think we mustn't shy away from the fact that the program was there to bring about transformation, and transformation because there are barriers to entry, because this industry is very monopolized, and the transformation program is to actually give young people from rural areas, disadvantaged backgrounds, and the people that were marginalized because of the country of this history, to say, how do we then bring them on board and support them? And one of the things that I have come across with the EMAs that I do talk to from time to time, that come to me and ask, Lerato, how are you doing it? How were you able to actually break in and go into the scheme? And I think just one of the questions or the feedbacks that I get from them is that they would like more facilitating capacity building workshops, focused mostly on financial management, data processes, also compliance, train them more on governance. And I say, some of the things, yes, you can get trained, but you need to read, because the training material is there. I mean, the Csos has packs and packs and links, but if you don't read, then you're not going to be able to be really empowered, because they can only do so much, but the rest of the work really comes from you. And also through the incubation program, just more sessions whereby the EMAs are given a platform to engage, do peer reviews amongst each other. That will assist us to root out the rot and the people that have actually started, there's bad-mouthing our names because of certain things that other EMAs before us have been doing. EMA is conducting fraud, and we must not shy away to call out those rotten apples amongst us, and be saying, we are here, Csos is supportive, and Csos is gonna bring about change, and as much as change is uncomfortable, but to move forward, we must be able to accept that we are gonna change, and there will be teething issues, but there's nothing that is gonna stop this vehicle from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lerato. We have about four training sessions that we plan for every year towards our EMAs. And because we've been training you guys just on the Csos Act and the STSMA, now we want to bring on board people that can train you now, like Elaine here offered to train all our EMAs in a workshop about how to interrogate the budget of a scheme, how to ensure that the scheme has a budget, how to ensure that the maintenance plan is in place. So we are on top of that capacity building program, but we want to take it a step further from what we've been doing over the years. And also, I think that the last time we had a lot of financial advisors that came to train our EMA. So we're taking that up. In terms of the calling out the road, and last time when we had the session with the EMS, I did say this is a new program. As I said, it's a pilot. We actually, it's just a pilot. But unfortunately, and I should say this to the board, we are now receiving court judgment opposing our EMAs, because there are people that we've opened the door for. As soon as they are inside, they start doing fraud. And now they are tainting and painting black this EMA program that we have that should progress transformation. And though I said we've got a code of conduct, but we've went a step further with the governance unit. In terms of the new directives that we've issued, we've tightened up how to appoint an EMA. And we're hoping with that tightening up, we will eradicate this fraud that is happening, and we really do call them out. And now, because of the new directives, we are able to strike them off our panel. When we pick that up, we strike you off because you're going to taint our panel black, and we really, like Lerato is saying, this bus needs to move. We need to transform the sector.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been following the argument about having CETA obviously inject funds for the purposes of training and so forth of EMAs. I think the bigger question lies in that what happens after training. You know, South Africa, we have the big five. We have the big five as in the wildlife, we have the big five as in banks, we have the big five as in retail. And the big five principle goes on and on. Now, my question is, unfortunately, he's a panelist from Trafalgar. When you take on a prospective understudy, where does the growth of that understudy lie? Because the ultimate growth can only be if that person is then consumed into the structure of an EMA to be recognized thereon. Because their title, once they finish their CETA training, is just someone that went through a CETA training, and then more often than not, people just see them as just a understudy that got some sort of helping hand to study, and that's about it. The problem you have is that from ground up, the moment the first brick is laid by a developer, how are you going to change that mindset into opening the market to EMAs, be it the youth or be it people that are wanting to enter that market now? And that is where the handcuffs remain. It keeps that market closed, and like the speaker before me mentioned, that you have these challenges. And how do we address that, changing it?
All right. When we started the EMA journey, we actually wanted to collaborate with developers. And at that point, there was nobody that was oversighting over developers, but now we've got PPRA. We're able to, through PPRA, engage the developers, and I think, I'm not sure, Lungis, are we working with a developer?
I have some few clients that are developers that have already started helping them to actually establish the body corporates and show that their schemes are properly managed, and the foundation also is good, so that in the future they don't establish they don't have problems in terms of appointing managing agents that are good for their own schemes.
Okay. Yes, we need, that relationship is very important because as soon as a developer finishes developing, they now have the first power to ensure that who's going to manage the scheme. So it's very important. Unfortunately, for now, is who do you know and who has accredited you. And we've given our EMAs an opportunity where they can actually go there and say, I'm a Csos EMA, and this is what I know from Csos. So that just name dropping Csos, it does give them credibility. So, but they are on our panel for a period of 3 years. After 3 years, then they need to be, by then, they should be sustainable. But as I said, we're crafting a framework that will ensure that there's support even after they've been removed from our EMA panel after that 3-year period. Warabile, I took your job as you went out. We will talk about the rate at the end of the session. So we open for questions. I think we're taking questions. I think there's just one, and then we will be done with our panel.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Paul. I'm also EMA with Csos from last year. I'm in the panel. I'm not yet in a sector. What I can say that we need from you together with the ministers is the budget to be reviewed, because sometimes we need face-to-face training. Number 2, we also need the incubation program. We need also to have also to go to the people where they're already in the sector, to learn every step. And then the face-to-face, and another thing for us to empower the youth, we can also do the roadshow by going from province to province, from place to place. Like now we are talking about Northwest, that is not yet reached. If I'm not mistaken, is it
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape, that is not yet reached. So if we can do that roadshow, and also we get more time together, face to face, it can also assist us. We are available, but when I see the number of EMAs already on the sector, it's very few number. So we are here available. We just need more support, and then we need more budget so that we can meet time and now, and time and often, and then we can be empowered. So thank you very much for this opportunity, but we need more money to meet. Thank you very much.
More money. The board members are here. They are the ones that approved the budget. They will do, they had. But we, as I said, we plan for 4 training sessions for the year. But we have a lot of webinars, and I think we need to utilize technology and appreciate the effectiveness that comes with it. But we've taken that comment, and then we will definitely ensure that as we come to the provinces to do our general training, we also reserve space for the EMA face-to-face engagement so that we can give you more information and equip you to make sure that you sustain yourself in the industry. The incubation one, as I said, there are about 15 EMAs that have requested that they need to be incubated. If you did not, please see Nokwanda and Tepi and just put your name down to be incubated. The sector, as I said, they are ready and waiting. Karin did say they are ready and waiting. They have desks open for the learners. They've got desks open for the EMAs to come and be incubated. So please, let's do that. The road shows that we'll be doing will be purely for the sector as scorecard. But if you are in your province and you hear we are there, please do come. Let's engage further in terms of the EMA program. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So I know you said you're doing my job, but you know, what actually happens is that I get pulled from left to right. So I need to do many other things as well, including a question from online.
Oh.
See, there we go. See, I'm doing my job. Don't have to share my invoice. Anyway, so the question is from Adimama P50 saying, what does transformation have to do with an ombud service? And I know that we've dealt with this a little bit, but perhaps if we could expand on it just a little bit more, if possible.
Okay. So, Transformation is a country agenda. So every industry, every sector needs to ensure that when you look at a room of, if this was the industry, when you look at this room, you need to see all the demographics of the country represented. So that's alone, it doesn't matter whether you are in health, everywhere, we all need to ensure that the sector is representative, it's inclusive. So we as a regulator, if we don't advance it, who else will? If we don't stand up and say, we need to transform the sector, this is a plan, as we did, and come around the table with the industry and say, what do you bring to the table, Trafalgar? What do you bring to the table as youth? How can we craft this plan that will help us transform the sector? So purely because it's a country agenda, and we're also obliged to ensure that we do transform the sector. And the sector code also, it will be a tool that we utilize to transform it even further and get inside each and every scheme with that sector code. And I must actually indicate that, as I said, the journey started on this very same stage. We then had an agreement then, that year, to say transformation is not removing a white face and putting a black face. It's seeing both these faces in the pie that I said on that day is big enough for all of us to share. So the cake is big enough, the pie is big enough, we all need to have a piece of the pie. As I said, in that year, the sector was the value of 643 billion. The sector, the value. As I think somebody talks about the types of jobs. We know, think of a waterfall or any golf estates. How many jobs are in that estate? Who are they buying from? So somebody needs to oversee that part so that it can be inclusive and representative. So that's my response to the question online.
Thank you so much for that, and you're quite right. There's so many different cultures, so many creeds, so many different businesses. So important. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our plenary. Thank you so much to all of you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So, I told you I get pulled left, right, center, right? I have many announcements now because I was told I need to do my job. Anyway, so I need to just make this announcement to begin with. We do have a vehicle that currently has its windows open, or the windows are not closed. And it's a maroon Mazda CX-5. Number plate HX12BRGP. Just wanting you to be wary because we think your windows are not closed and that may create a bit of an issue. Secondly, as we head towards the tea break, just to remind you again of the Dispute Resolution and Governance Manual that can be collected just outside at the Csos help desk. Do take part in that and grab one for yourself. As I said a little bit earlier, there won't be enough for everybody, but we're looking to distribute them as evenly as possible post this session. And then, as we've been trying to do across this entire 2 days, in fact, is we're trying to ensure that everybody has something they can take home. And we're going to give away 2 hampers, or 2 prizes, should I say. And these are both then from the National Association of Managing Agents. So we want to say thank you to NAMA for this one, and really thank you for it. So, I'm going to ask 2 questions. Hopefully we've been listening. And that will then give us a clear sense of who has an answer, and we're hoping that we do have the microphones. Do we still have the microphones around? So we can get an answer? If they're not around, we'll just ask whoever it is that answers to then just shout. Please do say your name. Once I point towards you and you have the answer, please let me know and we'll get you the prize. It is going to be with me, which means that if you don't pick it up, I'm going home with it. Question number 1, are we ready? Also, just again, it's really my fault, but Deputy Minister, I didn't acknowledge you this morning, and I truly, sincerely apologize for that. If you'd like to also answer the question, please do. I'm not sure I can give you the packs, though. But nonetheless, so here's question number 1. What can schemes do to improve governance prior to approaching Csos? Ooh. In the red, right over there, we've got an answer. There's a microphone for you over there. Please tell me your name and give me your answer.
Good morning. My name is Thandile Gwabeni from Basezia Kappa Properties.
Oh.
And what can happen to try is to have a dispute resolution process within the scheme first that will help reduce the number of items that are escalated to Csos.
And you said your name was?
Thandile Gwabeni.
Thandile, congratulations. Was just making sure. Was just making sure that you had it correct. Congratulations. I'll meet you outside and hand over your prize then for you. Just one more. We ready for this one? How do we foster greater integration within managing community schemes? Can't see any hands. Greater integration into community schemes. How do we foster greater integration? So we have a response over here. If you don't mind, again, you'll just say your name for us first.
Thank you very much. My name is Fani. We can do this by education, also good governance, and making sure that the process is transformational and also reformed. Thank you.
Just looking at the answer here, sir. What do we think, guys? Is it right? Ah, fine, we'll give it to you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much for participating in that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part. We still have a few prizes to actually give away as well today. So you want to come back after this short tea break. We want to try and start things off again at 12. If we can make it back in and around that time, please, so we can get back into things and get to closing off the session a little bit this afternoon as well. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you in about 20 minutes or so.
sikana isililo ay iyokhala nini ngecilo uzozixolela zonke lezono ngoba sihlala kunzima kunjani ngomso moyo awes ingembethi sikabi namandla ngihle no satani athukutshela thingenzele sicela jabule ngaphela no ngisumeli ngine thako lakho lushane elemtini ituktele tuktele kanti lobo mibushintshanini ixhelele xhelele bathi umdala ukhona uzonibona ndingelukusokolana ndizokuthwala ndize ndifike ndinekhalisa ndlela yinde jabakusize ngenonwabe nam into zifike emazulwini umndeni uyiqenyanga tula nana tula tula nana tula tula makhaya dingisikhathi imali tula nana tula tula nana tula makali ibe dingisikhathi oyo dingisikhathi aye dingisikhathi imali emsamo nginikele ngomzimba wetempela ngeke amagogo yoyoni ayangeke kulungwe ayangeke ngivume ngami mase ngibona ngathi kuvaliwe fulani madoda funa ngize ngicele emsamo nginikele ngomzimba wetempela ngeke amagogo iyala ngami fulani 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 yoyoni alo ukutani soseni
Okay, skills ungasagundi-ke baba. Hayi wenza udo. Hey.
gentlemen, we're getting to the final bits now, the last hurdle. I know we've had a really, really important 2 days, and we're trying to wrap it up now and give you a sense of things. Just very quickly again, the two people that answered those questions just before, you guys don't want your prizes. Hey? I mean, I'm going to embarrass you in front of everyone and try to give it to you now. Because I thought we were going to do this beforehand. So, oh, you want the prize? We should steal the prize. See, people are going to steal your prize now. If you could please pass it over there. Where's the other lady? Where's the lady now? She's not here. Yeah. Like I said, if nobody comes to collect it, my house is full of the prizes that nobody has collected over the last 2 days. But anyway. Okay, so we're going to get into what happened yesterday. So there were 3 breakaway sessions: governance, financial stability, and the other one was disputes. And we really want to talk about what happened out of those, the key significant parts that really came out of it, and why it mattered so much. So we're going to get into those. The leads of all of those plenary sessions are set to give us just a quick update on how that went yesterday. So I'd like to ask if we could start off with breakaway session 1, which dealt on financial sustainability and community schemes. Masa, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. And let's get into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and all protocols observed. The breakaway session was looking at the financial sustainability in the community schemes. And I think this is one of the topics that cut across. If you listen to the previous presenters this morning, one way or the other, or one of them would have touched in this important aspect. I'm happy that I'm not going to take a lot of your time, because most of the things have actually been addressed. Is this the remote that I need to use to? Oh, perfect. Thank you. So these are the areas that we looked at, in the financial sustainability in the community schemes. The levy adequacy has been touched by everyone. The collection and the areas management, which remains a huge problem in the community schemes. The reserve fund. There is actually a case relating to the reserve fund that I'm going to give an example on. And also the financial transparency you had yesterday, Dr. Volker, talking about the access to information as well. And the risk exposure and the financial planning that seems to be lacking or inadequate in community scheme, it's one of those. We had representatives from SAICA, the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, talking about the financial reporting and the financial reporting framework and the audited financial statements as well. Why is this not going? Okay, so on the first one, when we looked at the levy adequacy, many schemes struggled to strike a balance, in setting the required levies. And this is due to the challenges that we see where the increase in levies does not necessarily align to the affordability of the homeowners. Now, and the solution that was presented is what I'm presenting today. It's what the homeowners, the managing agents, and the different schemes were actually proposing. Now, it becomes a bit of a challenge because managing agents are struggling to justify increases beyond what actually should cover the needs in that scheme. Now, we came forward with the solution to say, what are the quick wins on these ones? One of the things that they can do will be to cut down on the cost and implement proper demand management and procurement discipline. what was also highlighted was the issue that there are quite a few irregularities that are actually happening in the managing schemes that are going unnoticed. And I'm going to talk to the transparency issues where the schemes are not being transparent as to how they actually procure or what they're actually procuring. And they're being told that you cannot access this information, and which we heard yesterday that it's actually not true. Now, if you look at their plan is not actually even informed by what actually needs to happen. Hence, they find themselves wanting now to increase their fees or their levies above what is actually regulated. One of the earlier speakers indicated that in 2-3 years' time, you have not increased your levies. Hence, your cost of maintaining the community schemes are increasing. Then you have no choice now but to increase by over 50% or 60%, which is actually not even allowed. Now, that is a huge problem because you run a risk now that you are not able to manage the scheme. They don't perform regular impact analysis or assessment where they will see that the increases in their levies is what actually can be afforded by the homeowners in the community scheme. And that becomes a vicious cycle because the higher the levies that homeowners cannot afford comes back to them because now that it means they're going to have high debts in that schemes that people are not able to afford. We had a representative from one of the big managing agents as far as this levy collection and arrears management is concerned. This remains a big issue. I gave an example, and I think those that were in the breakaway session will remember this example. I have a friend of mine that resides in Woodmead. Now, he called me one day because he knows that I work for Csos and said to me that, what must we do with it? There's this guy that is owing over 200, this homeowner rather, owing over 200,000 rand in that scheme. And then one day drove in a brand new BMW. Ask a question, how did it get to 200,000 rand? You know, the issue is now, the scheme now needs to now take, whether you go through the lawyers, debt recovery and all that, it's actually even going to cost you more than what is actually being owed. At the point that it's 2,000 rand, where it is much easier to manage, at the point that it gets to 20,000 rand, but 200,000 rand is just unreasonable for the schemes not to take any action in recovering what is actually due. And part of the solution that was suggested by the audience was that we need to develop and implement an early recovery processes through our debt management processes. And one of the solutions that was also suggested was, because we had a comment coming from one of the panel saying that they need to implement, this prepayment so that the account does not just balloon and go over up to 200,000 rand, that at the end people cannot afford. But also is to build in these levies into the system whereby under the prepayment, before you buy your units, you have to pay for the debt that you're actually owing. So you see that there are people that in the scheme or homeowners that are actually funding the lifestyle of others because they are not paying for their levies and then the others are paying for them. The issue of the reserve fund, and this is where I was saying that I'll give an example of a case, and I think this is a familiar case, those that actually follow these things. So there's a person working in Cape Town, in Adelaide Street. Those of you who know Cape Town will know where Adelaide Street is. Was just passing by and something fell from the structure of a block share and it hits his left shoulder. Then he took the matter to court and he was successful. What the court found was that the trustees were negligent in maintaining the building. Now, without the reserve fund, without your 10-year plan, maintenance plan, so that you are able to keep up to date and, you know, refurbish, whether it's repairs, whether it's maintenance and all other, it puts the trustees at risk, because at the end of the day, you will bear the cost should anything happen. There isn't enough that is actually being put in place by most of the schemes, you know, to ensure that they have this reserve fund in place. Now, in terms of the financial transparency, we had yesterday one of our panelists, Dr. Fotla, saying that there is no such thing as that you're not allowed to access this information. But what we see is that now the trustees or the managing agents are not being transparent in terms of what actually is happening, the financial affairs of the schemes and all this other information that is quite relevant for them to be able to. So that information is easily accessible and can be requested at any time. Lastly is the risk exposure. Now, a community scheme is no different from any other business. You need to have your risk assessment. That is quite obvious. And what came forward in our group is that area levies should be one of your top risk. That should be in your risk register, because that is one that is actually creating most of these problems. Your cash flow assessment, where you'll be able to assess whether you have enough cash flow in order to maintain the scheme. I indicated that we had representative from the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. As much as the regulation is silent in terms of the reporting framework for the community scheme, it remains important that the purpose intended by the audited financial schemes, the audited financial statements, is upheld. Now, what it means is that most stakeholders, they use the annual financial statements to rely on the financial affairs of that scheme. Now, this issue, we are working with the Institute in order to develop the financial reporting guidelines so that we actually have a standardized or a uniform reporting framework that we can all follow. Manab schemes, they decide on what they want to report on or which framework they actually follow. But there are certain disclosures that needs to be included in the annual financial statement. And one of the sore points that they actually raised was the issue of the audited financial statement. Many schemes, mainly the small ones, they have a challenge as far as the fees, the audit fees that are being charged, by different accounting professionals. The opinion given by SAICA was that, because we gave an example of one accounting professional who was auditing over 120 schemes and was charging 4,000 rand. It becomes a challenge because now the question arises to say the quality of those financial statements becomes doubtful. There is no way you can audit 120 schemes at 4,000. It's 4,000. It's an issue that raises red flags. And this is in the wake of many financial irregularities that are actually reported at SAICA by their members or to their members. So the framework will help a great deal. We're having a tech talk with SAICA, I think next week, Thursday, where we're actually collaborating with SAICA in order for us to be able to develop at least a guideline and a framework for these schemes. Now, this is just a summary of what we looked at, and that is the end of the presentation. Maybe before I say, my boss likes to use this phrase, elephant in the room, and I will not have really concluded my presentation if I didn't take him on this. I'm not going to refer to it as an elephant in the room, and I think this is something that came across in many of the discussion that we had, is the issue of the backlog. The issue of the backlog cut across. One of the examples that we struggled to deal with that was actually raised by each and every person that was asking a question is that, now we hear you. You're saying this is what we should actually do. We must come to Csos. We've lodged our dispute, but we are waiting. At the same time, the frustrations are growing. So it's not an elephant in the room anymore, Mr. Shoka. I don't think it's an issue that we can shy away from discussing, because elephant in the room, it's something that is very contagious and everybody does not want to deal with. We need to face this challenge, the sooner the better, for the sake of our community scheme. Thank you so much, Mr. Program Director.
Masa, thank you so much for that and very important session really to be had around financial sustainability. And remember, right towards the end of it, we're talking about ensuring that the correct tax code is also inputted so that they're taxing the interest and not the actual levies themselves. So a really important conversation still to be had there. Let's move on to the next plenary session that was also in play then yesterday. And this one was around governance. And Abe Masilo was responsible for this one. If you'd please give us a rundown of how yesterday went, Mr. Masilo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I hope Acting Chief Ombudsman, the Born Before Technology Park would not hit me as well. I see someone left a phone here. Is it you, Masa? If your phone is here. Just a quick one before I start with my report back. Actually, Masa reminded me of something when he spoke about the liability of trustees, particularly with regard to the incident at Adderley Street. I wish I would have defended the city at the time, or the trustees at the time. And I'll tell you why. Is because the principles are similar to a movie called Gods Must Be Crazy, and some of you will know it. The old ones will know it. Yeah, just to indicate that we dealt with sustainability of governance, and Jeff spoke to it this morning. But of importance is that there are a few things that I think I need to clarify. One is that from where I'm sitting, and particularly from the session that we had, is that there is inward looking and outward looking. And I'm of the view that our session was looking at the outward towards what is it that we can do for the schemes. The other thing that was also mentioned was welcome to the real world. And the question was asked by you, Warabile, that one of the questions you said, what is it that schemes needs to do prior to approaching Csos? There is a fine line as far as that is concerned, and here's a fine line. Csos was created purely to avoid situations of this nature wherein schemes used to, one, invoke the principle of PMR 71 as far as the sectional titles are concerned, where they will appoint an arbitrator to deal with the matter. Similarly, the HOAs will do the same. Now, the danger of doing that is once there is a ruling from the arbitrator, you can't bring the matter to Csos. Simple as that. And that is what Csos was created to avoid, those astronomical fees. So I thought, let me just clarify that and look at this issue. The final point that I want to also raise is that it's regarding the multi-schemes, where there's a scheme within a scheme, a sectional title within an HOA. The problem with the HOAs is that they want the sectional title scheme within that HOA to abide by the rules of the HOA. In other words, they forced the rules of the HOA down the sectional title. So you need to understand the role that the Ombud needs to play in order to remove such narratives and so on. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have a problem of who guards the guards. I think we are here, all right. Where's my slide? Yes. Now, we, as I said, spoke about good governance. And one of the key areas that we spoke about under the good governance was that we need to consider the earlier discussions during plenary, that this year theme really looks at the sustainable governance by ensuring shared responsibility, very important, and as the cornerstone of the community schemes. The beauty of our session was that we avoided turning the commission into a complaints session, but rather a solution-orientated session, because we wanted to hear everybody and make sure that they then contribute towards this Indaba, so that when we get out of here, we have the view of everyone and be able to implement that as we go along. 3 issues, as I said, were dealt with, and we started with good governance. Under good governance, we looked at the legal framework. Of importance, and what was missing earlier was that dealing with good governance provides that you need to make sure that your rules aligns with the Constitution before you even get to any other legal framework that is available. You need to make sure that they are aligned with the Constitution, and thereafter you then go to your sectional title schemes. You then go to your Companies Act. You then go to your the Csos Act and so forth. Then you need to make sure that they are enforceable, because if you fail to do that, your rules might not be enforceable and you might have a challenge in implementing them. I think yesterday we spoke about the challenge in implementing this rule. The other point that we dealt with was that a rule will be reasonable when it serves the legitimate and practical purpose and is proportionate, that's number 2, to the issues it addresses, and does not impose unnecessary or excessive restrictions on owners as well as residents. And those were the issues that were dealt with by the discussant that were there, to make sure that we deal with it, and together with everyone who was there. And the final point was the lack of participation. And I think Jeff also touched on that education, and I remember I spoke about education 3 times yesterday, to say education, education, and education. We need to educate, the owners. And I said, if you look around the room here, most of the people that are here are managing agents, your EMAs, and you find a fraction of owners here. When we say to the owners, to the managing agents or the trustees, please, we have an Indaba, please invite the owners. They will always tell you, we have done so. But the reality of things is that they haven't done that. That's the reality, the reality of the issues. And that is the reason why we don't get the owners to come to these sessions, and the challenge that we have also in educating the public out there. Now, we then had to look at the outcomes, or what we call the takeaways. And when we look at the takeaways, the discussion around was to say there's a need to have a tailored rules to the schemes so that they are appropriate to that schemes. Rules needs to be reasonable and fairly implemented in an equitable manner. Now, when you have a tailored rules, you cannot only rely on the owners and the directors or rather the trustees, but you need CSOs to come in. Particularly what we've done, we've used what we call undesirable rules. And secondly, there's a need to have that good set of rules that will ensure that the trustees are accountable. Because if they are not accountable, it becomes a challenge wherein they can do as they please. Also, the most important thing is that the CSOS is equipped to provide ADR services. And the feeling of the house was that because we offer a cost-effective ADR, all these disputes must exclusively come to the CSOS. Very key. And therefore, you can see that they are not aligned to the earlier issue that was discussed. Executives need to keep the line of communication open, very, very important, to make sure that there is that inclusivity. The second point that we dealt with was accountability. Two important key things under accountability is the fiduciary duties of the trustees, and the second point was the participation of members in shaping the future of their schemes. And it is for this reason when we started the session, we said it's not going to be a complaint session, but rather a session wherein everyone is going to provide, some guidance to the industry and make sure that we improve on these things. The question here was, good governance does not operate independently. There has to be accountability at all times. And how should we navigate around the issue of governance to ensure that we have a sustainable scheme? Few things, just to mention few of them, is that the trustees have a fiduciary responsibility to owners, which at all times, or in many instances, they run away from their fiduciary responsibilities. Secondly, the trustees must not exceed their powers and must act within the parameters of the very legislation and the rules that govern them. Where a matter could be sensitive, the trustees are legally entitled to decide to share that information, even though that information is very difficult or it might not sit well with the owners. And the takeaways from this one was that the trustees, knowing very well that they come on board voluntarily, they need to understand that there are no costs associated with the services that they are rendering. And Jeff said, some people come in because they think that they will get, favor in terms of, their levies. Maybe they might not have to pay the levies, or if they owe the levies, then they would not be chased around to make sure that they pay those levies. There won't be any litigation against them because they are the ones that are actually litigating. So in essence, they will get those favors. And secondly, is that the responsibility attached to this position, it essentially deters most of the people from being part of the trustees. And it is for this reason that you get trustees over and over again. You find that one has been a trustee for a period of 10 years, 15 years. We know of those that have been trustees for over 20 years. And that is a problem. That is why the legislation was created, to make sure that you have your AGMs, you attend the AGMs, you guide and you ensure that you appoint new trustees who can come with new innovatives and make sure that the scheme becomes better. And finally, what we also dealt with was that Communication further agrees that, the Commission further agrees that with the rights comes responsibilities. Very, very important. You cannot have rights and say, I am entitled to stay in this scheme, but you don't want to pay your levies. There are responsibilities because you need to make sure that the common areas, the security in there, it's well, the scheme is well looked after and it's well maintained. And if you don't ensure that you are responsible for what you need to pay, you're going to have challenges as far as your scheme is concerned. And finally, we dealt with transparency. And other transparency, we said schemes need to ensure that there is that proactiveness. You don't wait for people to ask for information. You must proactively share that information, disseminate that information. If there are new entrants or people that buys into your scheme, make sure that you introduce yourself as the trustee or a director, and make sure that you share information with them so that they understand when they receive their bills at the end of, or the levy statement at the end of the month. They understand every line item that is there. Most people, you receive your levy statement, but you don't even understand some of the line items that are in your levy statement. To an extent that only when there is an issue wherein you are unable to pay those levies, you then start accusing the trustees of not being open because they failed to be proactive. And our view was that if they are proactive, then we will avoid this. And finally, there is a problem of credible information. You cannot disseminate information that you feel this one or the owners deserve this part of information only. Give the entire information, give credible information to make sure that the very owners can then trust you as they go along. They can trust your decisions, they can trust your abilities, they can make sure that they rely on you as the trustee, as somebody who's really looking after the scheme on their behalf, because not everyone can obviously work with the administration of the scheme. And what was the takeaway there? The final takeaway there was that every member should know how decisions are taken, because people don't attend meetings and then all of a sudden there's a decision. I spoke earlier with Masawe and he spoke about a certain company that is providing electricity to their scheme. And I said, you have a problem, because if it's a separate company that has a right or has been afforded the right by NESA to offer the service of an electricity, they can switch off the electricity. And you will not be able to come to the Csos, but you'll have to go to court in order for you to be able to challenge that decision that they would have taken. But yesterday we dealt about wherein if schemes are the ones that are switching off the electricity, you are able to come to Csos and we are able to help you. So you need to be mindful of these things when you deal with your rules. And finally, we said, the schemes executives are not parents of information, but are the custodians of information. Share information with your owners to ensure that everyone is informed of the decisions that were taken. If you become, a custodian of this information as if it is your own information, you are creating problems for yourself, for the scheme, and for this industry. Share this information, and we hope that with this, we will be able to, assist this industry going forward. And finally, we then said the issue of levies workshops must be held to educate the trustees. And the issue of these trainings, there was two schools of thoughts. Whether is it it's supposed to be through webinars or face-to-face. You do webinars, I said, sometimes people switch on and then they go and have their tea and they forget about you. But if you have a face-to-face, everybody gets their attention and they can listen to you and they can follow you and you are able to engage and interact with them. Two is that we need to introduce a standard MOI, which is what was also suggested, to align with the Csos Act, Because when we deal with some of the provisions in the MOI, most of the HOAs will tell us this is not a sectional title which is governed by the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act, and therefore, please do not impose that rule to us. But if we align it with the Csos Act, we feel and we are of the view that it will go a long way to assist. There was also an issue with the EMA, the Csos, to conduct proper due diligence before appointing EMAs and adhere to PAJA. Simple thing here. We spoke about a case in KZN wherein one of the applicant for the appointment of an EMA committed fraud because they provided information that is not credible. That information we learned later that it's an information that was fraudulently obtained, wrong or fraudulent email addresses, and when we tried to deal with it in terms of PAJA and making sure that all the people are aware of this application, they answered from their own emails, the very emails that are fictitious. And you can imagine what that has cost to the scheme, to an extent that we are unable now to reverse that decision because it's an administrative action, as the Chief Umbat said earlier, that once a decision has been taken, you cannot willy-nilly change that decision, but you need to go to court. Unfortunately, you need to go to High Court in order for you to reverse the decision of the Csos in this instance. So you can imagine if we get this fraudulent information, how do we deal with them? But we are saying we do what we can do to make sure that we check the information that we receive, and we have now come up with a framework to make sure that we do not find ourselves in a similar situation in the appointments of these EMAs, because it has caused quite a huge problem. We have even opened a criminal case to that effect. And finally, it was also mentioned that the minister, which the minister actually indicated earlier in this same plenary, to say that what she would like to see is wherein we share the resources of the entities and introduce a peer review, which was also indicated that they would like to see that happening, and we made sure that we bring it in, make sure that it finds expression in the report, and make sure that going forward we are able to provide or ensure that we implement what the minister has sort of directed to us, and obviously the Csos Indaba as a whole. With that said, thank you very much, Warabile.
Mr. A. Basilo, thank you so much for that one. Then appreciate that conversation, which certainly was important around governance. Now, the final one in part of our plenaries yesterday was a well-heated one, in fact, and it's the one that I spoke about a little bit earlier, but it really was around disputes. So the application, so it's dispute resolution, the urgent application and condemnations report back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Maleta Wotini to please help us disseminate what happened yesterday and how busy that plenary session was. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
It's an afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This one got us tired. And unfortunately, the chair or the organizers, if we were next to the door, we could have ran away. But everyone was at the door and we couldn't run out. I had two ladies that were assisting me yesterday that were the discussant. Mine was easy, but I felt sorry for them because the questions that were coming were the core of what Csos is supposed to be assisting people. As Csos, our mandate is ensuring harmonious living within schemes, is ensuring that the schemes first, before approaching us, they resolved their own problems. But unfortunately, we got ourselves in trouble. and those two ladies. But that was important because it's the core of what we're doing. We're wanting people to be able to come to us. The questions we were dealing with, key was everyone when approaching us is having urgent application. Because by the time they come to us, they've exhausted their own remedies within the schemes. So we have competent case management officers that assist in instances where the people approach us. This commission tried, and this is what we would like you to take when you go and living today, when you go to your corners, when you go within your schemes, and understanding that we know everyone's application is urgent. But for us, this is what we do, and we're doing it the best. It is in that context that Csos has been an entity of human settlement that ensure that within the schemes that there is harmonious living. I'm not going to be reading what was said, but the key was to ensure that one of what we do is making sure that when you come to us, you have first dealt with your problem. But you don't have to wait forever. You must come to us having made sure that you have informed the people that you have a problem with, that I am now have left with no option, but I'm going to be resorting to going to Csos. And we have those adjudicators, as it was said, that they are the best. We don't want adjudicators to decide. We want our conciliators to assist people when they approach us. Because when between yourselves you're fighting and you're not able to agree, you are left with no option but to come to Csos. This is what we do as Csos. Also, question number 3 was core. How are our people that are dealing with these questions? One of the things they do, realizing that when you approach us as a last resort because you have tried. We're wanting to balance what is your complaint with empathy when you approach us. And sometimes because you are under pressure, you wanting to approach Csos. We as Csos, we treat each and every person with integrity. That is core in us trying to resolve the problems that you might have within the schemes. Sometimes it's financial, sometimes it's your governance documentation. You don't understand them, but you have to come to us to simplify for you. Lastly, on urgent application, ours is to make sure that we do training without you having to pay. We do webinars. We come to your scheme, you approach us, you don't have to worry about how am I going to get Csos there. But our adjudicators, they make sure that once we have an application, they listen and they are able to clarify, and you are left being educated. It's not just to solve your problem, but for us is making sure that we educate you, because ours is making sure you coexist, you go back and live with each other. One of the key things that was dealt with within our commission, what do I do, members of the panel, when I'm late and I've realized that there's been this problem? It is governance, it is whatever. The Omba does not decide for you. We listen to you, we analyze, and then we explain as to how this you should have dealt with. You don't have to wait for 3 months. The key, as long as you have tried within the scheme, you will be dealt with and assisted and you'll be left being able to deal with these problems within the schemes. Why is it important for us to make sure that we don't delay when we're wanting the condonation? Sometimes you don't realize, you're always hoping that you'll be able to agree amongst yourselves. And then you realize, you know what, we're not going to be able to agree. And then you come in, we're always making sure that there is an element of Ubuntu when we're dealing with your problems that you come with to us, and the respect, it's core. The importance for us is making sure that when you come before a conciliator, it's listening to both sides. And we deal with these issues that you bring to us in your own language. You don't have to worry that I don't speak English, I speak Afrikaans, but we have our teams that are diverse in the language of South Africa. For us, we wouldn't like, when we deal with your problems, to say, you know what, go to court, go to next door. We're making sure that even if, as an organization, we don't have a jurisdiction to deal with your matter, we've got entities of human settlement. We always call them our cousins. We will pick up the phone for you, we will call them and say, please assist. They do the same. They will call and will follow up to check if have you been assisted. For us, we wouldn't like people to come in and have orders, because once our orders are given, we can only appeal on the point of law. We are making sure we've made that promise during the session that one of the key things we're doing as an organization is making sure that we do the amendment, and we hope that we'll be able to have our own appeal, as much as we didn't like our own to appeal against our own orders. But sometimes we're wanting to create an opportunity in instances, because we're dealing with people where an error, it might have been how it has been phrased and is not law, we are able to assist you. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our session. But I know we come to this plenary. Some of you might have not had an opportunity to be in the plenary. Program director, as you have said, that it was hot. You had to switch on the aircon. We were sweating. But it was a necessary session, because we were exposing ourselves in terms of what we do as an organization. We were wanting people that were there to be able to say, I have my application, what do I do? I'm not able to speak to my neighbor. The body corporate is not attending to my problem. Akho, coming to the elephant in the room. Regarding the elephant in the room, what have you done as an organization? We have projectized matters in relation to finance, because we're wanting schemes to be self-sustainable. As much as we say that we deal with matters on the first-come basis, but when you come and approach us and you are saying that my electricity has been switched off, there is no water, you will not wait a day. We will call for you. We would make sure that you leave having been assisted. I thank you.
Ms. Malitazi Watini, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it, and very significant one to be had there. And really, of course, wanting to to get a sense of understanding when do we clear that backlog. And that was a key part of the conversations had as well, amongst many other things. All right, folks, we're nearly done. We are, I promise. I keep saying that, I know, but we really are. Just very quickly as well, 2 announcements. I believe somebody may have lost their glasses, their pair of reading glasses. If you have, please just let us know. We'll be able to give that to you. I'm not 100% sure. I think Zama will be able to help me with regards to the color of the glasses. So we'll try to ensure that we give them to you. So just come back to us right after this and we'll try and get you those. A second thing is, one of the goodie bags that somebody might have on them may have personal items that belong to somebody else. So we're just asking you if you could please just look into your goodie bags. If they happen to have somebody else's items, we'd like to help give those items back to that person. You may have swapped or misheld a goodie bag, etc., etc. The help desk at the top would like to be able to swap that back out. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as we've been doing across the last 2 days, we're ready to hand out another prize. I still have this other one. I'm just saying. Person hasn't come to collect it yet, right? No? Okay, cool, that's fine. But we've got another one, and this one is from the Absolute Property Group, who are just outside. If you actually head outside, they're actually just sitting right over there. Thank you so much to you as well for this gift. And they said I should ask you guys a question. Now, I've decided, you know what, I'm going to make the question very easy this time around. Fair? So that we all have it. It's the end. We just want to calm down a little bit more. We don't want to think too hard. We've had such an engaging 2 days. So I'm going to ask 2 easy questions. Well, no, 1 easy question, sorry. And I'm just looking for a quick answer, and we can hand out this prize, hopefully. Is that all right? We're ready. Okay, we're ready, right? I know we're ready because we've been waiting. Okay, here's my question. Like I said, very easy. What are the 2 key pieces of legislation that form the foundation of Csos's mandate to regulate community schemes? It's not very difficult. No? Do we have anybody? We've got one. We've got an answer over there with the glasses. Here we go. Please tell us your name as well before you start.
Hi, I'm Regina. I think the Csos Act and the sectional titles Management Act.
Ooh, you missed out a word, but we'll give it to you. Congratulations, Regina. Well done. Nice one. Indeed, so it is the Community Schemes Ombud Service Act and sectional titles Schemes Management Act. Congratulations to you. We certainly have a prize for you. The Absolute Property Group are absolutely going to give you a great prize, especially for a Friday. I think I might know what it is. Just think Friday. Kumnandi. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're coming to the very end of proceedings for today. And I would like to actually ask if our deputy chair of the board to be able to help us with the next part of everything. Did I miss something? We are going to do that in a moment. No, we're going to do that first. You're 100% right. So, in understanding where exactly the process of Csos Connect actually works, and it's the ability to understand the connectivity, but also ensuring that Csos went on to technological advancements. And it is about, and I think a comment was made a little bit earlier up there, to be able to embrace technology, to embrace the little small machines that we use. So to understand that Csos itself is actually trying to ensure that it catches up to the digital age, as it were, we just thought we'd get a conversation going very quickly around the Csos Connect, and a module demonstration is what we're going to get right now. As you can see, getting ready for us, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Retabile Kamali, who is the Chief Information Officer. Thank you so much for the time. Please, a round of applause.
I always get mixed feelings. Is it fine now? It's bad. As I was saying, I always get mixed feelings when I have to jump on this platform, mainly because, number one, I'm a technocrat, and technocrats are not good presenters. Number two, the voice itself, it's a problem. So I will try by all means to project my voice as much as possible. So that being said, let me start by greeting the Minister in absentia, the Deputy Minister, the DG and the DDG, Chairperson of the Csos Board, the Acting Chief Ombudsman, Ntate Sishoka, my fellow executives from Csos, and all our external stakeholders. Kalibitso, ke re Thabile Khamadi, motshwaneng wa Khiba le Khamadi, le Meletso ko Maditlhare. Yesterday, the minister mentioned something that is very critical. She indicated that we need to reflect, we need to be transparent, and we need not to be defensive. So mine is to provide a journey on the Csos Connect, where we're coming from, where we are, and where we are going. Exactly, I think almost 2 years ago, I joined the Csos on the 3rd of July, 2023. 4 weeks after joining the Csos, there was an inaugural Indaba for the Csos. And I was called to come and present here. Can you imagine, you have 4 weeks. You need to come here and make commitments to the public that we're going to, make this project work. I inherited, a very much troubled project. To a point whereby yesterday was talking about the media. There was also some article in Sunday Times, Csos can of worms exposed. And that day, I knew that as a public servant, I have in fact, I knew that, it is upon me and the ICT team to make this thing work. And the rest of I would recall after the Indaba would say, yeah, Bafanas, you made a commitment, go and deliver. So what we've done, obviously, we had to go back and do the 360 assessment, the challenges, and come up with a turnaround plan on how to ensure that we deliver this core application to our stakeholders. And I also recall, I'm very good, with dates. On the 9th of October, 2023, I presented a plan to the board to say, okay, based on where we are, this is how we're going to ensure that we deliver this project and, ensure efficiency to our stakeholders. On the question on where we are right now, we've delivered all the core modules into production. That is the registration module, the customer relationship module, the dispute and the governance. Also registration, not revenue and billing. When are we planning to complete? I think in the next 8 weeks we should be completing what we can call phase 1 of this project, because also along the way we've been getting feedback from our stakeholders, NAMA, ARC, and obviously phase 2 will be dealing with enhancements on this platform. And it's not an easy one. You can imagine you are flying a plane. At the same time, you are building it. So that is the most difficult part we are faced with, because the stakeholders are looking for a platform. We need to improve efficiency. And part of the future enhancements, we are, in discussions with the revenue service. We want to have an MOU with the revenue service. No, just making notes. The present. Yeah, thanks. As I was saying, we want to have an MOU with the revenue service, which will assist us, for schemes that are not complying, particularly, on annual returns. If you go to the Big Brother and you want to submit your returns, the Big Brother will flag you to say, go and pay Csos first. Then you can come back to us. As the organization, part of our vision is to become a world-class organization. And how do we become a world-class organization? It is by leveraging technology. And Chairperson of the board, the future is not in a far distant land. The future is here, because 2030, 5 years, like now, then what have we done as an institution? So we have to utilize technology to contribute to the harmonious living spaces. Then lastly, before I hand over to Vincent and Mosa to come and do the demonstration of the system, I would like to end with one of my favorite quotes, which, says that an individual has not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. So, all of us in this room, we need to rise above our individualistic concerns, to know that we are here as public servants to serve the community and people in living spaces. Thank you very much. Vincent, over to you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent, just for the introduction from the CIO. And we're here to present to you the Csos Connect solution or system. So someone might be asking themselves as to what is Csos Connect. So Csos Connect is an online platform that allows our stakeholders to access our services via the internet. So this can simply be done by visiting our portal. It's called www.csosconnect.org.za. Never mind mine, because I'm using a training portal where we play in the environment, so we don't want to mess up with the data from our stakeholders. All right, so after typing that particular link or the URL, you will then land in this particular landing page. As you can see, they say Csos Connect, a free and secure online service providing a platform to support the community schemes in South Africa to conveniently register their schemes. So you can register your schemes on the system. You can also be able to submit your scheme rules or your governance documentation. You can also submit your annual returns, can also declare and pay electronically. And above everything, our flagship module, the dispute module, you can also be able to lodge a dispute on the system, all right? So before you can do anything, just like any other system, you need to register a profile on the system. So if you've got a profile already, well and good. What you need to do is to key in your username as well as your password. Then you log into the system, be able to access our services. This is actually, when I was speaking to someone outside earlier on, they said, this is actually Csos online or Csos digitally. So we've gone that route, ladies and gentlemen, so we are digitally. So if you do not have a profile, you can still register your profile on Csos Connect. What you need to do is to click on the register button on the system. You will then land in here. What is required here, it's a working email address, as well as your ID number, your type of a user, as you can see from the list. There's a lot of them. You can just pick from any of those. And your names, your initials, your name, as well as your cell phone number. Preferred method of communication, currently we only have an email, but in the future we'll have SMS and WhatsApp, all those preferred method of communications. And as well, what you need to indicate at the bottom, that the type of an ID is either a South African ID or a passport number, then register. After registering, the system will automatically send you an email like this with a temporary password, of which you will need to log into the system in order to create a password of your preference, or a password that you can always remember when you want to utilize or use the Csos Connect, all right? So in this case, let's say I'm done with the registration of my profile, and I've got my profile, and I need to log into the system to access the Csos services. I'll then key in my username, as you can see there, then the password, then you click on login. After clicking on login, you will land here in this particular dashboard, our homepage. As you can see there, it says, "Hi Sil, welcome to Csos Connect, your community scheme OMBAD services." So all the services within the Csos are in this particular platform. From registering a scheme, for those who registered their schemes prior to this particular platform introduced, you can still link into your scheme on the system. You can also be able to lodge the scheme rules. You can log a query if you want to ask any question within the Csos to different departments. You can also submit your section 13.2. You can request in the future community scheme documentation, as you can see, says coming soon. You can also lodge the flagship module, lodge your dispute on the system, and also report non-compliance, request for a waiver, submit section 16, court appointed, and of course the EMA, Executive Managing Agent. So all those services are available on the Csos Connect, all right? So what I'm going to do now is to take you through the public portal lodge dispute module, all right? So to lodge a dispute with the Csos, what you need to do is just to click on lodge a dispute. After clicking on it, you'll then land in here. You can see more details about the dispute. As you can see there, a short description of the dispute resolution and the dispute process is all indicated here, right? So how urgent matters are treated within or handled within the Csos, and the information sheet about the dispute process, required documentation if you lodge in a dispute, and how sought relief is actually done. All that information is here on the system, as well as the dispute governance documents, practice directives, Csos legislation or acts, and the adjudication orders, all right? So underneath, as you can see, there are 3 buttons. The first one is to lodge a new dispute, and you can also be able to withdraw from an existing dispute that has been lodged. You can withdraw from a dispute. You can also link to an existing dispute, link as an applicant, as well as link as a respondent, all right? So, but for the demonstration purposes, I'm going to show you on how you can lodge a new dispute altogether. You click on New Dispute Application. Then it's just a 6-step process. It's not that long. The first tab there, scheme details, is where you need to indicate your scheme details. If you've got your scheme registered with Csos, what you need to do is just to search for that particular scheme. But if your scheme is not registered with Csos, you are still allowed to actually capture the scheme details. As you can see there, you can capture the scheme details if you have them. If it's registered already with Csos, you just click on that hand. Then we've got a database of all schemes that are registered with Csos. As you can see there, it's a lot of them. So you can just search for the one that you want on the system. For the demo purposes, I'm going to use this particular scheme. There it is appearing. Scheme name, registration number, and all that detail that are associated with that particular scheme. I'll just select it. Then I'm done in this particular tab. I'll move into the next tab. You need to indicate the applicant's details. So you are allowed to add more than one applicant to an application, or if you're lodging. So first and foremost, you need to select the applicant type. For this demonstration, I will select the natural person. The system will auto-populate your details, as you can see there. The email address is there, the role, you indicate your role, the race, gender, then your unit number. Then you can also search for the address where you're staying. I'll select that particular address, right? So it's auto-populated. So the next question is asking, is the applicant's postal address the same as the physical? I'll say yes. Then you can also add additional applicant if you want. The next section, it says has legal proceedings been instituted, i.e. someone's administration order herein? Okay, I'll say yes. If you say yes, you need to attach a proof of legal proceedings, but for this particular demonstration, I'll just say no. Then we move to the next tab. In the next tab, you need to indicate the details of the respondent for this particular case, all right? So you click on Add Respondent. There is the respondent types. Can pick from any of those and provide the details. I'll say natural person again. And for this demonstration, I'll pick that particular role. And I'll say this person is Musa. Their surname is Molekwa. Their address is MOBE, MVM. So it's critical that you provide an email address that is working when you're lodging in a dispute, because this process involves a lot of communication back and forth between the applicant and the respondent, and there's a lot of information that they're going to be sending to you from the Csos. So an email that you key in here must be an email that is working. And also, you need to indicate your cell phone number, the unit number again for the respondent, and their physical addresses. Okay, so we can move. If you have any additional respondents, you can also add them, but I'm not going to add the second one. Just going to close that and move to the next tab. So this is where the nitty-gritty need to be provided now, the details of the dispute. So I'm not going to type a lot of information here. I'm just going to copy from the system so we save time, and just paste that underneath. Details of the application or alleged breach. So the second one, exhaustion of internal remedies. I'll also paste that information there. Then section 39, relief sought. What remedy are you seeking? How do you want the problem to be solved? You can then pick from any of those. So I'll pick the first one in respect of the financial issues. After picking that particular option, there is a pop-up underneath. It says, in respect of financial issues, you need to pick another reasons then in order to acquiring, and all those other. I'm not going to read all of them. For the sake of time, I'll pick one. Right, so the next one, it says dispute circumstances. If you click on it, there are 5 options here. So this is where it will actually indicate if your dispute application is an urgent one or a normal one. So if you select from 1 until 4, so it will be categorized as an urgent matter. But if you say none of the above, it will then become a normal dispute. So if your electricity has been cut, or you've been denied access, or healthy and safety risk, or water has been cut, those are categorized within the Csos as the urgent matters and need to be resolved as soon as possible, all right? So, but for the purposes of the demonstration, I'll pick the last one, none of the above. So my dispute case is just a normal one. Okay, I'll paste that information there, then we move to the next tab. So the next step is where you need to upload your supporting documents. So the first one required, there says proof of internal remedy. Just upload that picture, there it is. Then you can even upload if you have additional information. Right, so when you're done uploading the information, you can move to the next tab, the confirmation of this particular form. Firstly is the terms and conditions. If you want to go through them before you submit, you can just click on terms and conditions. There they are. You can go through the entire terms and condition and read through, right? So I'm going to close it and agree to the terms and conditions. Then after agreeing, there's only one button you need to click in there, the submit button, so that your application can be submitted to the Csos. Right, so I'll click the submit button. So it says dispute application submitted successfully. So what you need in here, it's still loading, is the reference number that you can use in case you wanna check with Csos as to how far is your process. But the good thing is that the system can still provide you with the updates. Whenever there's a movement in this particular application, you can check it on the system. If you are a user, I'll show you on how it's currently looking in this case, because we've just launched it now. It's going to Csos, it's going to land at the dispute unit. There it is, the reference number, 77000, all right? I'll click on done, it will take me back to the dashboard. Then if you want to see or check as to where that case is currently at, what you need to do is just to click on Lodge a Dispute. So if I scroll down, as you can see there are two cases that I've lodged to Csos. The first one is the one that I've just done right now, the 77000. As you can see, the current status, it says application pending CMO allocation. It's currently unassigned. It has been lodged today, there's the date and the time, and it's not yet assigned to anyone within the Csos. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the dispute module, will end in here, right? And I'll allow my colleague Musa to come and take you through some of the functionalities in the system.
Thank you, Vincent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Musa Molekwa, and I am a Csos Connect consultant. Any issues that you have with the system, I am your go-to person. I do offer training. I do assist virtually. I also do come to your offices. All right, so I am just going to quickly show you what the system has to offer. So if you do not have a scheme registered, you simply log in and you click on register a scheme. Once you click on register a scheme, you're going to put in the name of the scheme, followed by the type. We've got an HOA, housing cooperatives, housing schemes for retired person, sectional title, development, and share block. From there, you're going to select your role in the scheme. You do not have to put in anything where it says deeds registration number and CIPC. From there, you're going to put in the address. Then you're going to search. Once you search, the scheme status should be NA. NA simply means that the scheme has not been registered. Therefore, you will be allowed to register. If the scheme appears as cancelled, it has been deleted. If the scheme appears as busy approving amendment, it means that the scheme does exist, but is in a busy approving amendment status. Therefore, the only thing that you can do is link yourself to the scheme once it has been approved. If it says approved, it also means that you can go and link yourself to the scheme to avoid duplicates. Right, so I'm just quickly going to click on that, scroll, and then register. Then it's going to ask you if this is a new or an existing scheme. A new scheme is a scheme that is less than a year old, and a scheme that has been in existence for more than a year will be considered as an existing scheme. Then you go next, follow through with a solemn declaration, next, and then you come and put in your general information. Now, for the sake of time, I am not going to go through everything, but you will see that you've got your scheme details, levy schedule, person making the application, and you'll also see that the application is currently on 27%. So you need to follow through with everything up until 100%, and also make sure that you've got your supporting documents. That is on scheme registration. I am now going to show you how to link a scheme. If you have registered a scheme with Csos previously, please do not go and register the scheme again. Like I said, it will cause a duplicate. The best thing to do is to link yourself to the scheme. Link is a 2-step or 3-step process. It's very quick. You put in the name of the scheme. You do not have to put in the reference number, your role in the scheme. I can just say managing agent, and you search. The scheme will appear. You can use this as your search engine. If you want to see if a particular scheme has been registered with Csos, you can go and search over here. So if the scheme appears to be in a busy approving amendment, you will not be able to link yourself to the scheme. It needs to be approved. If it's saved, it means that someone has started the registration. They have not completed it, so they need to complete the registration. Once it's approved, you'll be able to link. We also have status called imported. I believe that most of you have imported schemes because you registered the schemes before the system came into effect. So if the scheme is imported, it simply means that the registered scheme is imported into the system. Now you can link yourself to that scheme. Once you've linked yourself to the scheme, okay, so I'm going to select the scheme and then click on link, solemn declaration, link, and then you will see that the managing agent details will be auto-populated. Now you're going to put in, or the address is also auto-populated. You're going to upload your supporting document, and then you link. So like I said, link is a 3-step process. You search the scheme, and then you find it, you upload your documents, and then you're done. And then from there, you get your ticket number, which is what you will use to track if the scheme has been approved or not. We also have a module called Lodge Rules. As you all know, you can only lodge rules for a new scheme. If the scheme is in existence, then you can go and amend the rules. All right, so then I'm also not going to go in, but you're going to put in the name of the scheme, the type, the scheme the reference number, your role, you search, and then you lodge your rules. Okay. We also have lodge a query or log a query. You are able to log a query about registration, revenue, governance and compliance, as well as dispute. You lodge or you log your query. Yes, you log your query, and then once it has been resolved, you're going to get a notification in the notification center with the remedy or the solution that you need to take. So if you select registration, for example, you can come and query the scheme details captured. We have people saying that the scheme name is incorrect. Then we're going to help you with how to amend that. And all the other details or query types are there. I'm going to go back to the dashboard. We've got section 13.2. And then Vincent did take us through lodge a dispute. You can report non-compliance, can request for a waiver. You can do it as an individual, and you can also do it on behalf of the community scheme. All right. So So I'm going to go to My Schemes. Once your schemes have been approved, they're going to sit under My Schemes. You will see all the statuses. Pending amendment means that you have made an amendment to the scheme and you're waiting for the amendment to be reviewed and approved. We've got a pre-approved scheme. Yesterday at the help desk, we had a gentleman saying that all of his schemes are in a pre-approved status, yet the schemes are active. So I just want to make you aware that pre-approved is for schemes that are in development, because once the scheme is in a pre-approved status, it means that you are not paying levies for that scheme, all right? So you're not collecting, or we are not collecting. So you need to make sure that when you register the scheme fully and not as a new development, because then you're not going to be able, the scheme is not in existence, you will not get a certificate, and you're not paying levies. However, we did manage to assist him. And then once you have your scheme, you're able to click on View Scheme. When you view scheme, you're going to get an overview of your scheme. So these are all your scheme details. Next to that, you've got compliance, followed by payments, which is live. I will show that. Then you've got your scheme documents. This is where all your scheme documents are archived on the system. We've got something called amendment of particulars. This is where you can make an amendment to your schemes. So you can amend the levy schedule, the executive committee members, someone resigns, someone is deceased, you can come and add and remove. You have the option to also amend the managing agent. You've changed managing agent companies, you amend banking details, financials for your auditors, authorized rep, and of course upload any supporting documents. Currently, Csos is on a compliance drive, and with that being said, a lot of schemes are expected to upload documentation that is up to date. And this is where they will go on upload supporting document. So they come and they upload all the documents, any governance documents, and then they attach. Then we can see if you are compliant or non-compliant. We also have annual returns. Annual returns are live. You are able to submit them on the system. All right. I am now going to show you an exciting feature that we have. We had people come to the desk yesterday. They were very happy to see this feature. And this is the account statement. You are now able to get your account statements on Csos Connect. We've had a lot of people saying they are not getting their statements, their emails are not responded to. Please make sure that you register your profile on Csos Connect so that you have your account statement at your disposal at any time. Please also note that the account statement, or rather the period, is dependent on when the scheme was registered. So if your scheme was registered in 2021, you can get your account statement far back from 2021 to date. Please also note that you can choose the quarter, so you can get for quarter 1 up to quarter 4. And because the scheme was only registered in 2024, they can get their statement from 2024 or 2025. So essentially, you just put in the quarter, and then the period, and then you search, and then you can download your detailed statement. All right. Now, another one which is also amazing is that you can now make payment on the system. So if you click on Pay Now, this is what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And you can put in the amount that you would like to pay. You can choose either if you want it to be an instructed debit or a Master or Visa card. And then you can also add your banking details and you can proceed with your levy payment on the system. You don't have to go to the bank or, add it as a beneficiary to your online system. You can just come to Csos Connect and manage everything on the system. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that the system is amazing and that it will save you time. Thank you so much. Must I join you?
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think, Chairperson of the board, I think a few weeks back you went to Parliament. They asked you about, they call it the Connect system. I think you can, comfortably answer next time you are in Parliament. Oh, it is working. But obviously, there are features that we will develop as we go along to enhance the system, to make it, more efficient. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Yeah, I definitely love that. Thank you so much to the team for that one, and really, really important as we continue the conversation around information technology. All right. I promise now I've got the timings right. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's get into our closing for this afternoon. I'd like to ask the Deputy Chairperson of the Board of Csos to help us close things as we also lead on to the final remarks coming through from the Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, Ms. Marina Tumagute.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the Minister of Human Settlements in absentia, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and the members, Chairperson of Csos, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Seeing that I was not audible, let me just start from scratch with the salutations, recognizing the Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of Csos, and fellow board members, the TSMA, other stakeholders and representatives, the DG and DDG, ACO, and other CEOs that are represented here from other human settlements entities, the executive of Csos and senior management. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we are now nearing the end of our program, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite to the podium a leader whose commitment to transformation of South African human settlements landscape is both deep and demonstrable. She is a leader who embodies the values of service, accountability, and inclusion. A public servant who has dedicated her life to advancing the right to decent shelter for all South Africans. Having served our people in various capacities, from community development to parliament, she continues to be a steadfast advocate for integrated human settlements, sustainable development, and the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities across our communities. Our Honorable Deputy Minister, Thandi Mahambe-Hlala, is a Deputy Minister of Human Settlements in the Republic of South Africa. She is a seasoned public servant and leader, and she brings extensive experience in governance, policy formulation, and stakeholder coordination across government and community structures. She provides strategic leadership for flagship programs like the ISUPG, First Home Finance, which is formerly known as the FLISP, and disaster housing. She also supports innovative building technologies and veterans housing, ensuring dignity, equity, and sustainability. Deputy Minister Mahambe Hlala oversees sector entities such as the PPRA and Csos, strengthening institutional alignment and accountability. Her focus has also been more directed towards the elderly, youth, and women. Her political and governance leadership spans multiple structures within the ruling party, where she has served in various roles. These positions have enhanced her understanding of local governance, intergovernmental coordination, and youth and community mobilization. She previously served as Deputy Minister of Communications, Chairperson of Parliamentary Portfolio Committees on International Relations and Coordination and Tourism, and as a member of the Portfolio Committee on Energy and Small Business Development. Deputy Minister Mahambe Hlala holds a master's degree in public administration, honors degree in public administration, and an advanced diploma in public administration from the University of the Western Cape, and complemented by various certificates in the areas of audiovisual communications, community profiling, and needs assessment and program design and presentation. Her leadership reflects a deep commitment to inclusive governance, sustainable human settlements, and empowerment of communities through policy, innovation, and participatory development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thandi Mahambe Hlala.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Board of Csos. Ladies and gentlemen, let me greet the Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Thembi Simelane in absentia, the DG of our department, Dr. Alec Moemi, the DDG responsible for entities, DDG Ngongo, the chair of the board, and all members of the board of Csos, as led by Mrs. Busisi Wenzo, Acting Ombuds, Mr. Lisiba Sishoka, the CEOs of other entities, which is entities of human settlements, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Honorable Knox Siabi. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocols which were already established. Mine is just a 2 minutes of a message as we conclude this year's Csos Indaba. I am deeply encouraged by the quality of the deliberations and the diversity of expertise gathered here, and the shared commitment to strengthening governance across South Africa's community schemes. The conversations over these 2 days have reaffirmed that good governance is not just an administrative responsibility. It is the cornerstone of sustainable human settlements and a reflection of the values that define us as a nation. This gathering, guided by the theme Sustainable Governance, Shared Responsibility as the cornerstone of of community schemes, has created a valuable space for reflection, collaboration, and innovation. Together, we have examined how governance, compliance, financial management, and ethical leadership converge to build cohesive, well-managed, and sustainable communities. Allow me to begin by acknowledging the leadership of the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Thembisi Melane, who graced the Indaba yesterday and delivered a powerful keynote address. Her message reminded us that governance begins with trust between residents and their schemes, regulators and the governed, and citizens and government. She highlighted that good governance is the key to restoring dignity, ensuring equity, and driving transformation in the human settlements sector. While the minister was present for yesterday's program and is unable to join us today, I, as a deputy minister, am honored to be with you today and will continue the participation of the proceedings if we're not closing now. This reflects the collective commitment of the Department of Human Settlements, political leadership, to the success of the Csos and to the governance transformation of community schemes nationwide. We are equally honored by the participation of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, led by the chairperson, Honorable Siabi, whose presence throughout this Indaba has strengthened the link between oversight, policy, and practice. The Portfolio Committee's engagement underscores Parliament's ongoing role in ensuring accountability, responsiveness, and alignment between legislations and the realities of governance at the community level. I also extend my appreciation to the Csos board under the esteemed leadership of the chairperson, Mrs. Busisi Wenzo, and the acting chief ombudsman, Mr. Lisiba Sishoka, and the entire management and the staff of Community Schemes Ombuds Services. Your professionalism and tireless efforts have made this Indaba a success, and your work continues to set high standards for transparency and regulatory excellence. The past 2 days have offered an extraordinary range of insights. Mr. Francois Kuman reminded us in his presentation on building resilience boards and driving sustainable compliance that effective governance cannot rely solemnly on technical skills. His research demonstrated that truly sustainable boards depend on a balance of functional competence personal integrity, and social leadership, highlighting that ethical conduct and emotional intelligence are as essential as procedural knowledge in ensuring stability and accountability. We were also enriched by the presentation on financial sustainability and community schemes delivered by Mr. Musa Nhlungwana, as he is affectionately known by, called by his colleagues and our colleagues and all of us, which emphasize that financial management is at the heart of sustainable governance. He reminded us that levies, reserves, and financial transparency are not only operational necessities, but instruments of trust. His call to move from crisis response to forward planning speaks directly to the need for stronger financial discipline, robust risk management, and a long-term sustainability across the sectors. The Governance Excellence Panel, moderated by Mr. Ebi Masilo and featuring Ms. Nokwanda Mlife, Ms. Susan Coppin, and Ms. Shannon Lee Moray-Baines, explored how constitutional values of fairness, justice, and accountability must inform the rules and operations of community schemes. The panel urged all stakeholders to uphold transparency, strengthen fiduciary responsibility, and promote meaningful resident participation in governance decisions. Together, these sessions reinforced a central principle that governance cannot succeed in isolation. It is a shared responsibility amongst Csos, managing agents, trustees, residents, developers, and the Department of Human Settlements. True sustainability requires collaboration, ethical leadership, and an unwavering commitment to accountability. The Portfolio Committee participation here also underscores the importance of maintaining close alignment between policy and implementation. It is through this synergy that we can ensure that the governance of community schemes contributes meaningfully to the national agenda for integrated and dignified human settlements. Ladies and gentlemen, this Indaba has reaffirmed that the Community Schemes Ombudsman Service is not only a regulatory body, but also a partner in transformation. It work bridges citizens and the state, fostering fairness in dispute resolution, improving governance practices, and promising a culture of ethical stewardship within communities. The Department of Human Settlements remains firmly committed to supporting the Csos in enhancing institutional capacity, promoting awareness, and embedded sustainable governance principles across all provinces. As we close, let us take forward the key lessons that have emerged from this Indaba, that the financial transparency and governance integrity are inseparable, that ethical and inclusivity are essential to long-term sustainability, and that shared responsibility must remain the guiding value of our collective efforts. In the words of President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, when he said, I quote, "Action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world," close quote. We must move forward with both vision and action, translating the ideas and commitments shared here into measurable change within our community schemes and by extension across the human settlements sector. On behalf of the Department of Human Settlements and Csos leadership, I extend heartfelt appreciation to all the participants, speakers, panelists, and the delegates for dedication and insights. May the relationship and ideas forged here today continue to shape a future defined by transparency, accountability, and sustainable government. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Deputy Minister, thank you so much for that. And indeed, a well-rounded ending to not just today's proceedings, but overall to the Indaba. Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly hope we can take the messages we've received across these 2 days, whether they be regulatory, on governance, on finance, sustainability, disputes, etc., no matter what they are, even if it's just the conversations you've had with everybody that's been around you, that you'll continue to take these messages forward. These are our homes, these are our communities. We've been raised amongst all these people. Ubuntu is often a term we continue to quote, but we need to begin to live it if we haven't already. I trust that you will all have an absolutely incredible Friday, a great rest of your weekend as well. And I hope that as we return for the 4th annual Indaba next year, here or anywhere else, 1, you'll make me your MC again. 2, we would have lived that integrity, that excellence, that independence and sustainability that we have all wanted to be a part of. Again, let us be the change we'd like to see in the rest of the world. Thank you so much for your time, really appreciate it. My name's Arabile Kumete. Have a wonderful day and appreciate your time. Please be safe outside as well and keep your belongings close to you, and I'll see you very soon. Have a good one.
So,